Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Spokane City Council's legislative agenda. Thank you all. We have a packed house tonight. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm going to start with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded land of the Spokane people and that these lands were once the major trading center for the Spokanes as they shared this place and welcome other area tribes through their relations, history, trade, and ceremony. We also want to acknowledge that the land holds the spirit of the place. I'm going to ask if people would come in and close the door. Could we close the door? Could we close the door? Thank you. As we take a moment to consider the impacts of colonization, may we also acknowledge the strengths and resiliency of the Spokane and their relatives. As we work together making decisions that benefit all, may we do so as one heart, one mind, and one spirit. We are grateful to be on the shared lands of the Spokane people and ask for the support of their ancestors in all relations. We ask that you recognize these injustices that forever change the lives of the Spokane people and all their relatives. We agree to work together to stop all acts of continued injustices toward Native Americans and all our relatives. It is time for reconciliation. We must act upon the truths and take action that will create restorative justice for all people. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Farnsworth, will you call the roll?
Council President Wilkerson.
Present.
Councilmember Dillon.
Here.
Councilmember Cathcart.
Present.
Councilmember Bingle.
Here.
Councilmember Zappone.
Here.
Councilmember Klitsky.
Present.
And Councilmember Navarrete. Here. All council members are present.
Thank you. We will have poetry at the podium. Poetry at the Podium was originally created in 2019 by Spokane Poet Laureate Mark Anderson, along with Spokane Arts, to give local poets and poetry enthusiasts the opportunity to make their voices heard at council meetings in a unique way. This opportunity reminds our community that poetry can play an important part in the civic realm. Tonight, we have Joe Williams reading Small Town Rebuke. Is Joe in the room? Joe Williams, come on down.
I follow the curvature of Highway 41 up from California Street. The whimsical shimmer of street lights form repulsive halos as I jog beneath them. The unseen sky is wringing out its laundry again, and I remember thinking, it all must look very cinematic. The abrasive angst was friction in my veins, causing electric currents to spiral. I was far from okay with it all, but I liked to consider myself an adolescent accepting of the uncontrollable circumstance. A cat whispers to me with its paws before leaping from the dirty platter of public sidewalk and running off through the shrubs serving as bedding for small-town drunkards. The light caught her eyes, and I somehow knew she glimpsed my thoughts. I felt my cheeks flush with the embarrassment of shared knowledge, and I let my jogging begin to slow. Everyone here hates this town. It's all the bastard sons of beer-bloated hicks that say they love it. At least small towns are safe. says the old man, garishly displaying a stars and bars hat. If small towns were so perfect, they wouldn't stay small forever. Life isn't a Hallmark movie, but some people still strive to prevent any imagined impurities. Parents say the teachers should be armed with guns to save their children. Others say they'll bum rush the school with their own ARs. The principal is punishing the same anxiety-ridden child for hiding in the bathroom stall, skipping class. Forcefully take their knives and they'll pull the blades out of all the pencil sharpeners just to feel something. Another freshman is getting impregnated by her senior boyfriend in the parking lot, and here I am, a bobble-headed teen running in the same unwashed hoodie after midnight, complaining about the tired pep rallies he knows he won't be able to find a way out of. My jersey still reeks of jock season football pads, and I consider all the solutions I'm told will never be made true. I reach the top of the hill, the retina-burning illumination of stadium lights sear my face, and I wonder if this is the same thing my father feels when wandering the prison yards. I want to scream that I'm not ready. I'm too young to be working from home. I can't solve the problems, and I'll never have the answers. I'm landlocked with 4 years as my walls, and there is nothing romantic about this isolation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we are honored to have the mayor here to read the Black History Month proclamation to be received by Jaleesa Winkler from the Carl Maxey Center. Please come on down. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Council President and Council members, for allowing me to appear before you this evening and read this proclamation celebrating Black History Month. I just want to preface it by saying it has been my pleasure in the decades that I have lived in Spokane as we celebrate Black History Month to meet many of the Black leaders who have had an incredible impact on our city and our region. Some of them I knew quite well, and others just a little bit in passing in my early years in Spokane. But I do want to just call them out. Carl Maxey, James and Lydia Sims, James and Eleanor Chase, Elson S. Floyd Jr., Sandy Williams, Ivan Bush, and the irrepressible Reverend Percy Happy Watkinson. So, in their honor, I read this. Whereas Black History Month has been officially celebrated in the United States since the 1976 bicentennial, with the objective to promote the many cultural, economic, political, and social contributions made by African Americans that helped to build this great nation. And whereas the theme for Black History Month 2025, African Americans and Labor, honors the profound contributions of Black Americans to our workforce. And whereas the City of Spokane recognizes and celebrates the important work of the Carl Maxey Center in providing programs and services to Spokane's African American community, including the upcoming Black Business Expo, which will highlight Black businesses from all over Spokane. Now, therefore, I, Lisa Brown, Mayor of the City of Spokane, on behalf of the people of Spokane, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Black History Month in Spokane and encourage all residents to honor the national and local legacy of African Americans and celebrate the profound impact of African Americans to the workforce. Thank you.
Jaleesa, you don't get to leave. You need to. as the interim executive director of the Karl Marx, we'd like a few words from you.
Oh, sure. I would just like to say thank you, Mayor Brown, and thank you to City Council. And I just want to invite you all as council and the public to the Black Business Expo on February 22nd from 10 to 6 at the Martin Luther King Jr. Family Outreach Center. So hope to see you all there and some new faces as well from the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am now going to call up Alex Gibalisco. We are piloting some language access technology tonight. I'd like him to kind of explain it for us.
Good afternoon, Council President. Yes, we're piloting some language access translation tools from English to Spanish. It's audible, so if you need translation or interpretation, we are checking those devices out over when you sign up outside on the council table. Si necesitan un audífono para traducciones, pueden ir a checar unos que están afuera en la mesa de la Jim Chase Gallery y se puede escuchar la traducción de inglés a español.
All right, thank you. This is what the device looks like. It looks like an old iPod, but we'll see if it works. Thank you, Alex. Councilmember Bingle.
Yeah, and is it going to be, Alex, I thought we said that it was going to be from this, but as I was listening, I didn't hear the translation coming out of this microphone.
Yeah, so the way that it translates is we have an individual that's up at City Cable 5 that's doing the live translations for us. And there's seating back there translating from English to Spanish and then Spanish to English when necessary. Thank you.
Great, thank you. More to come as we try to perfect language access for all of our citizens to be part of the democracy of our government. So we thank you for your patience. It's been a kind of a long haul to get us here, but here we are and we will go forward. We are now going to the consent agenda, and we'll be taking public commentary on the consent agenda. First up tonight is Alex Tenasket. Will Hewlings, is Alex in the room? This is for the consent agenda tonight. Dennis Flynn. Will Hewlings for the consent agenda.
Bunch of crazy racists out there. Think they're gonna talk shit to me. Good evening. My name is Will Hewlings, and I live downtown Spokane. This is my neighborhood.
Point of order.
And they can boo
Yeah,
all
point
they
of order.
want with their little fucking...
Point of order.
Point
Okay.
of order.
So I strongly oppose
Will-
Hang on,
OPR
Will.
Will, could you-
2025.
We'll just hold on. We
Could
want to
you hold-
pause so we
we
can
wanna
come
pause.
back to
Guys,
you.
to
Hold on.
stop interrupting
Will,
people.
Will, could you just hold a minute here?
Fuck out of here.
Just one second. I want to check on something.
You should have had SPD here today. Something's gonna happen out there.
We'll come back to you, Will.
All right.
Again, please be respectful of everyone speaking at the podium.
And Council President?
Yes.
In case we want to, there's a lot of people here to speak. Do you want to go over the ground rules for testimony and crowd participation?
There is not a lot of ground rules, but yes, let's review that. To ensure that evidence and expression of opinion are included in the record and to ensure that decorum befitting a deliberative process is maintained, no modes of expression, including but not limited to demonstration, banners, signs, applause, profanity, vulgar language, or personal insults are permitted. To prevent disruption of council meetings and visual obstructions of proceedings, Members of the audience shall remain quiet and respectful. Please, all comments are directed at the chair. If there is disruption, this council can retreat and go into another room, and we do not want to cut off public engagement. Will.
Well, good evening again, Betsy and City Council. My name is Will Hewlings, and I live downtown Spokane. So, as I was saying, I strongly oppose OPR 2025-0101, the so-called EPA Community Change Grant, which is nothing more than a wasteful use of taxpayer dollars under the guise of climate justice. The $7.7 million grant made possible by Joe Biden's disastrous Inflation Reduction Act is another example of reckless federal spending. Instead of addressing real issues like crime, homelessness, and economic revitalization in Spokane, the City Council is eager to accept federal handouts for a project that will do nothing to improve our community's real challenges. Let's be clear, climate change policies like these are just a cover for government outreach and redistribution of wealth. Partnering with Gonzaga University's Climate Institute and Spokane Public Library for so-called climate resilience is a complete joke. When our streets are littered with fentanyl, businesses are fleeing downtown, and public safety is in crisis, we should be investing in law enforcement, infrastructure, and economic development, not wasting millions on ideological nonsense. So, my time's about to run out. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Will. Derek Azaro? No clapping, or you will be asked to leave the chamber. Derek Azaro?
Yeah, Council President, I'll jump in. We just want to prevent outbursts from the group as people are coming in. And so it's not targeted at any one person. It's just, there's rules to where people can come in and testify and be heard.
Before I speak, I'd like to say something to all of you. This is not a safe building right now. You have no PD here. You have no support. You guys took away the budget for the PD to come in here.
Point of order.
I don't feel safe.
There is budget for PD, so go ahead.
Well, they're not here. I don't feel safe talking tonight, to be honest with you. And I should be able to come down here and do that. Derek Azaro, formerly of Logan District. I'm going to talk on number 12. $56,000 you guys paid a rental, a tractor, a mini excavator, and you're asking for $6,000 more to pay off this bill? Are you serious? Total waste of money for the taxpayers' money. You could have bought one. The excuse was that procurement was delayed. The other one is the mayor's report of spending money. You guys know I've been going through this the third week now. There's stuff in there that shouldn't be in there. You're not even looking at it. You're voting on this. One is pet emergency clinic, $269. Northwest Seed and Pet, $139. This is the kind of stuff that's in there. You guys are voting on this. You're spending our money. You're not checking anything at all. You have nobody auditing this. I think the taxpayers deserve an explanation. You guys are put in a position where you're voting on it, and I don't expect you to go through and like I am, line by line. But if you did, you'd see it, and you have accountable for that. It's your duty to protect the taxpayers' money and to spend the money correctly in this community. It's like speaking here tonight. This is not safe out here at all for any of us coming here speaking as we do. This is why nobody wants to come to your meetings. They're not protected. There's people out there right now being threatened. There's no excuse for that. Regardless of what the narrative is, regardless of what the issue is, there's no protection for us to come here and speak. That's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's an insult to the taxpayers. It's an insult to the people here to speak. It's an insult that you passed today. You sidestepped this whole, you changed the date on when you're going to have a meeting on this subject. I'm not going to talk on the content of the subject. I'm going to talk on the fact that you violated the rights of the people of this community to come here and oppose or speak up for whatever they want to speak up for.
Thank you,
And
Derek. Your
Sapone
time is up.
did the whole thing. Pathetic.
Stacy Grow and Edwin Andrews. Is Stacy Grow in the room? Okay, Stacy. Edwin Andrews? Larry, you threw me off. It's like, who is that? Welcome.
That's my legal name.
Okay.
Okay. I go by Larry, though.
Okay.
Everybody knows me. I'm Larry Andrews, or Edwin L. Andrews II. I live in Spokane, and I have a business here, and we're in the Hilliard area. Thanks for Bingle and Cathcart. I appreciate. I'm here to speak about some of these expenditures here. And I want you to know, you usually hear the bad, but I'm here to talk about some good tonight. I mean, the other night, I think it was about a month ago, I'm driving up, because I work till 11 at night. I come back, eat dinner, and then go back and do office paperwork, you know, like a small business person does. And as I go up Perry, I see a crew patching the holes on Perry at 11 o'clock at night. And I want to tell you, I pulled over and I rolled down my window and I thanked those guys for doing what they were doing. And I really appreciate the utility workers that we have in our city. I mean, they're a good bunch of people. And the other night, I was coming up Perry again, and I was just north of Wellesley, and here was the plow crews. And they're both doing their jobs, and I rolled down my window again, and I thanked them for what they were doing at 11 o'clock at night. They were just getting their day started, they told me. And we've got some really good people in this city. And the money for these type of things, I think, is well spent. In my category, I put the police number one for money spent in the city, and the utility people as number two. Because if we don't have the water, we can't fight the fires. And I don't know who would like to have sewage running down their streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I'll go back. Is Alex Tenasket in the room? Alex Tenasket. Dennis Flynn?
Hey, Council. Dennis Flynn, live near St. Charles. In a recent event I attended, one of the speakers discussed how we all need to work on improving our ability of accepting love from others. So, Becky, I hope you'll give me a minute of latitude to say I do accept your love and the love of Paul and Michael and Jonathan and Zach and Kitty and Lily. Thank you for all your loving service to our city. And I expect it's easier for you to see some of us come up to the podium than others, and I ask you to likewise accept that it's our love that drives us up here to speak to you and our fellow citizens. Asphalt grinder, pump parts, waterwork products, metal fittings, valves, chemicals, contract management, payroll, these are the things of necessity that we expect you and the department heads to manage the efficient and effective use of our tax dollars. Partnering with Gonzaga University's Climate Institute, which in my opinion has spewed false studies on our city, perpetuated by the shoddiest of reporting by our local paper and referenced by the same SRHD that proved their incapacity for critical thinking, is the opposite of efficiently and effectively using our tax dollars. Likewise, partnering with our State Department of Ecology in a boondoggle study that is predetermined, I'm sure, to lead us to a boondoggle carbon capture farce is the opposite of efficiently and effectively using our tax dollars. I fail to understand how you think it is within the purview of the Spokane City Council to impose on us Spokanites the waste of our tax dollars that is the ideological scam of big climate. If somehow you justify this by thinking that it's a grant through GU and from the Department of Ecology, who do you think provides the money for those grants? It's not some mythical money fairy. We do. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazia Dei? Did I pronounce that right?
Good evening. Yes, my name is Amizada, but you can call me Amy for short. I'm here, I'm the Community Programs Director at Latinos in Spokane. I'm here today, not just to say, but to implore you to pass this urgent resolution that affirms.
Okay, Amy?
Oh, yeah.
This is not the time for that, but we will make sure you're on the list to speak.
Okay.
This is on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any council commentary?
I was just going to ask if we take 17 separately.
All right, let's go to 17, Ms.
Council President,
Yes.
could I just ask, Chris, would you just remind folks the role we play in terms of, as it stands today, the mayor's claims and payments?
Yes. So all the claims and payments are typically become due under contracts or invoices or other agreements that the council has typically approved in the past. And then those payments are made pursuant to approved contracts. I mean, if they're over $50,000, the council approves. Under $50,000, the council doesn't typically see them. And what happens after that is that the administration administers those contracts, accepts the services, and then makes payments for them. And this monthly accounting is an account of all the payments under various contracts and invoices that are due. Under state law, council is supposed to approve all those claims, even though the basic contracts were approved prior. There is a mechanism for council to reject some claims, and if it does, then there's a requirement that it actually claw the money back if it's already been paid from those various vendors. So there is technically a requirement for council to approve them. But the remedy, once the council chooses not to approve a claim, gets a little awkward, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, any other council commentary on the consent agenda? All those in favor, please indicate by, I'm sorry, Councilmember Bingo?
Are we taking 17 separately?
Oh, everything but 17. All the consent except 17. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Abstention, those pass. Now, number 17, which is the acceptance of the EPA Community Change Grant. Councilmember Bingham, do you want to speak to that, or just take it separately? Any commentary on that? All those in favor of number 17, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any noes?
No.
Abstentions? That passes. Thank you. On to the legislative agenda.
Ordinance is amending ordinance number C-36626, passed by the City Council December 9th, 2024, and entitled in part, an ordinance adopting a biennial budget for the City of Spokane, making appropriation adjustments for the year 2025, and declaring an emergency. Ordinance C-36639. The section arises from the need to accept the EPA sub-award grant, sub-award grant for climate resilience. Relates to consent agenda number 17, OPR 2025-0101.
No public comment on this. Any council commentary? Seeing none, prepare to vote.
Aye.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Resolution 2025-00007, declaring that a special market condition does exist, waiving competitive bidding requirements, and authorizing the city to enter into a contract with Carbon Quest in the amount not to exceed $650,000 for the purposes of a feasibility and engineering study for the CO2 emissions reduction project for the waste-to-energy facility. Relates to consent agenda item number 11, OPR 2025-0073.
We have several public comments. One is Justin Holler. And after Justin, we have Dave M.
Regarding 007, feasibility study, why do we need a study? Why do we need to pay so much for a study? And why is it we're suspending the rules? And if we're suspending the rules, can't we boo and cheer as we like? Because I just think $650,000 on a study is excessive. Maybe you could shop around and do it for a little less. I'd really like to see you guys go line by line through the budget and cut out the fat like Elon Musk is doing nationally.
Please.
It would be very nice to see you guys be efficient with our money, the money that you steal from us, and that you keep raising property taxes, driving people out of their homes and out of their rental properties. It's offensive. Do better.
Thank you, Justin. Dave M., I believe he might be on the line.
Dave, if you're online, can you press *3 to raise your hand? Oh, I see him now. I do.
Go ahead, Dave.
Good evening, Council. Dave M. Just real quick, short and sweet here. Really, you need to be better stewards with taxpayer dollars. I don't care if they're grants, where the money comes from. Wasting over $500,000 on a study rather than a solution is just another waste of taxpayer dollars and really will probably accomplish nothing because there's really nothing to be accomplished. So please be better stewards with our money. It's our money, not your money. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next, we have Will Hewlings. And after Will Hewlings, we will have Larry Andrews.
Good evening again. My name is Will Hewlings, and I live downtown Spokane. I strongly oppose Resolution 2025-007, this pathetic resolution being pushed by Democrat Klitschke and her radical allies on the Spokane City Council. This so-called special market condition resolution is nothing more than a way to funnel even more taxpayer money into the Democrats' never-ending climate change scam. They do anything and everything to secure millions of dollars for their ridiculous climate agenda while ignoring the real issues facing Spokane: rising crime, drug addiction, homelessness, and crumbling downtown, my neighborhood. This resolution declares a special market condition, waives competitive bidding requirements, and authorizes the city of Spokane to enter into a $650,000 contract with Carbon Quest for a feasible engineering study on CO2 emissions reductions at the waste-to-energy facility. Democrats love to talk about protecting taxpayers, yet they're handing over hundreds and thousands of dollars to a pre-selected company without any competition. All the names of the Biden's fraudulent climate agenda. The Democrat-controlled Washington State Department of Ecology is awarding this $650,000 through the Climate Commitment Act, a law that is nothing more than a government money grab disguised as environmental policy. And just so you know, Joe Biden and the Democrats, that's one of his most proudest accomplishments, this Climate Commitment Act. I think they need to investigate this act and get rid of this funding, like he's doing all this other DEI and all this other garbage. That's what they need to do. I'm gonna get it done. Thanks.
Thank you, Will. Next, we have Larry Andrews and then Dennis Flynn.
Point of order, Council President. Council President, that will get Andrews help.
Council President Betsy, this is Larry Andrews from Spokane. I'm a resident, and I'm also a business owner here in the Hilliard area. $650,000 is a lot of money. And the other thing is, there are other companies out here that you can get a bid from. E2, which is in Moses Lake. They're making carbon, any carbon that you use, they can make plastics. Mercedes-Benz cars uses carbon for their cars now. So anything that's made from oil, they can make out of CO2. And I would encourage you to talk to those people before you spend this kind of money, because it kind of sounds like you think they're the only game in town. But I want you to think beyond that. So $650,000 is a good sum of money for our city. Okay, so where are you going to get the $5 to $25 million to do the project? Okay, and that's the reality. Right now, we're not going to have any money like that coming from the current administration. Okay, so even though they can probably reduce your CO2 emissions significantly, but I'm going to send you a document published by my company. And natural gas, by burning natural gas, you're actually reducing global warming. And I will show it to you. And because you see the stack out there at the waste-to-energy plant and all the steam that's coming out. Well, MIT has already proven that that steam that's coming out, that water vapor, that actually reduces global warming. Clouds reduce global warming. And you're putting moisture in the air, which is going to reduce the global warming. The other thing is natural gas that comes out of the ground, which we can't stop. I mean, if you've seen one of the TV stations had something on Liberty Lake where the color of the ice, and why was the color of the ice? It was the natural gas coming from the bottom of the lake that caused the color of the ice, okay? So by using natural gas, we actually reduce the amount of global warming by 80 times. Because CO2 is 1, natural gas emissions, natural gas by itself is 80. We have no way to stop the natural gas except for using it. And the nature's largest battery made is fossil fuels. And that was provided by nature. And natural gas has all kinds of benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Dennis Flynn?
Council President, quick point of order before we start my clock. I did sign up for the legislative agenda on 369. So here we are finding a way to spend our tax dollars in the form of a grant doled out by the Department of Energy. And of course, we're just going to accept the company named Carbon Quest to complete the study. The Carbon Quest website says the company does, quote, turnkey carbon management for your facility, end quote. In other words, it captures and sequesters carbon dioxide, you know, plant food. Let me look into my crystal ball and see if I can prophesy what the study will determine. Oh my gosh, I have it. Yes, good news. The Carbon Quest definitely can implement expensive equipment that comes with expensive maintenance to ensure we reduce the amount of plant food we put out and instead use expensive processes to make expensive solids that we can expensively transport to either be used somewhere else, thus releasing the carbon dioxide that we just spent all this money to capture, injecting into the Earth's crust like how they frack for oil, or storing in some underground pipeline. But don't worry about how expensive it is because you can just increase our taxes, or even better, maybe the federal government grant ferry will provide the money. Oh yeah, today is February 10th, 2025. The high temperature today was 25, the low was 2. The record high was 55 in 1963. The record lowest high was 10 in 1933. The record low was -6 in 1929, and the record highest low was 43 in 1951. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes testimony. Councilmember Cathcart?
Yeah. This is sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation. it's accompanied by some real frustrations. You know, the Climate Commitment Act was mentioned, and essentially the Climate Commitment Act has targeted the waste-to-energy plant, which is a facility that was encouraged and in part helped to be built by the state of Washington back in the 1980s. And now they're putting us in this situation where we may have to invest millions of dollars, which will raise your utility rates significantly in order to meet the demands of that act. The hope with this, and this is something that the legislature had put forward, and we're sort of forced into this in a way because of timing and the way the legislature did it. We're very limited in our options for this. And apparently they've got some technology that they believe that will help offset these issues to meet the letter of the law under Climate Commitment Act. Now, at the same time, we are actively working to try to exempt this facility from that act, something that has been attempted for multiple years now. And my frustration there is back in October, we approved a resolution opposing a ballot measure that would have eliminated this act, thus preserving this facility. And we opposed it, and the majority opposed it. And when we did that, there were many comments that it was a done deal. We were going to get the exemption, no question. This is the year finally it's going to happen. Well, that is really in question. It's unclear if there will be the support. So I bring this up, one, because it's frustrating, but two, because all of you could be very, very helpful in reaching out to our local legislators and others, if you have connections, to encourage them to look at this exemption. It's something that is very, very important, because if we don't get it by 2027, 2028, we are going to see rates going up precipitously. And that's not something that folks can tolerate, folks can afford. You know, it's my district in particular, very challenging. And so this is not something that's okay. And so the damned if you do, damned if you don't, at least this might provide some sort of a path to a way that might be a little bit cheaper. Of course, the alternative would just be to go back to burying all of our trash, which certainly seems a lot cleaner. I'm being facetious. And so we just need to make sure that the legislature is going to help us be on our side. And so all of you, with your collective voice, you can make a big difference in this by helping to outreach and encourage them to say, hey, don't put the city of Spokane in a position where you're going to have to raise our utilities costs significantly. Legislature, please exempt this facility. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Any commentary? Councilman Bingle?
Yeah, I want to speak to this one as well. This one, Councilmember Cathcart laid it out pretty well. Our waste-to-energy facility is incredibly important to our infrastructure in a number of ways, and it is seriously threatened. There is a real shot that not that it would be, banned by the Climate Commitment Act, but it wouldn't be exempted from the Climate Commitment Act. And it would cost us, I think, somewhere around $8 million extra a year to run that facility, which that's not money that we have. That's money that is generated by the taxpayer because your utilities are an enterprise fund, and it's basically run like a business. We pass the cost on to the consumer, which is you. And so I want to read you a couple stats about what the waste-to-energy facility does for us and why it's so important. The waste-to-energy facility burns municipal solid waste to recover energy in the form of electricity and handles 800 tons of municipal solid waste a day. The facility generates approximately 22 megawatts of electricity, enough to power 13,000 homes. Now, if we don't have that power being generated, we have to find that power somewhere else, okay? Now, not only that, but it earns up to $5 million a year in power sales annually because we sell that back to providers, okay? Reduces the volume of solid waste by 90 to 70% by weight. The resulting ash is biologically inert and sent to a regional landfill, okay? This operation began late in 1991 because what was happening is we were just burying all the garbage. It was seeping into our aquifer, right? And we wanted to protect our drinking water, which is incredibly important. You don't want to be drinking toxic water. We want to be drinking clean water. Spokane is really blessed with the water that we have, and so we need to really protect that. And the problem is that, as Councilmember Cathcart alluded to, the state of Washington in the 90s gave us $60 million to build this thing. I mean, $60 million today is a lot of money, but 34 years ago, $60 million was a lot more money then. And the problem is that if we don't find a solution for what's going on at the waste-to-energy facility, and again, the best solution, number one, would be if our state legislators helped us just to exempt the waste-to-energy facility, then we don't have to do anything else. But if it goes away, we're talking, again, hundreds of millions of dollars of investment for us to be able to replace what the waste-to-energy facility does for us, not to mention the ways that it's helping us to reduce our landfilling and keeping our water clean. That's going to be really difficult for us to do. So, again, our appeal continues to be to the state legislature, exempt the waste-to-energy facility. We need this facility, exempt it. Until then, we as a city, we have to do what we can to figure that out. When you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars or a $650,000 study, I wish it wasn't $650,000, but it is something we need to do to protect our water, to protect our citizens, and our energy supply.
Councilmember Dillon.
Yeah, I'll just be really quick, and that's Senate Bill 5703. I want to thank Senator Holy and Senator Riccelli for bringing this forward. And I think one of the things that I always really kind of try and put front and center around this whole discussion is, the alternative is so not environmentally justice oriented. I'm sorry, my microphone is totally out of control right now. It doesn't want me to talk about this issue either. There we go. But that would be trucking city landfill waste potentially to poor rural Adams County. So that to me is not an acceptable alternative. So I'm grateful for this funding, us working on this legislation, being really united around this issue.
Councilmember Bingle.
Last thing I want to say is that the waste-to-energy facility is also super cool if you like to nerd out like that, and they have tours, so go take a tour.
Thank you. Any other council commentary? Thank you, council members, for sharing that backstory of why we're doing this study. Prepare to vote.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ordinance C 36636, amending ordinance C 22382 that vacated Kalispell Street from the north line of Core Avenue to the south line of Glass Avenue, City and County of Spokane, Washington.
Did we need Mr. Brown to come up, or are we good? Thank you for being here, Eldon. Any council commentary? No public testimony. Prepare to vote.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ordinance C 36630, relating to language access and the recruitment of bilingual and multilingual applicants for the City of Spokane, and amending Section 18.11.050 of the Spokane Municipal Code, as amended during the February 3rd, 2025, 3:30 p.m. agenda review session, which was deferred from January 27th, 2025 agenda during the January 27th, 2025, 3:30 p.m. agenda review session.
Thank you. We have several public comments. We're going to start with Dave Brookbank and then Puyon Lam. Welcome.
Hi, I'm David Brookbank from the City of Spokane, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. This is an extraordinarily important ordinance. I think that's what it is, right? We live in a multicultural, multilinguistic country, world, and community. Spokane is very late to the game of getting this issue of interpretation and translation down. Having been a bilingual social worker for the state of Washington, Child Protective Service, and in the Welfare Office, and also a U.S. Vice Consul in Latin America in the past, I have seen what could be called horrendous interpretation that puts people's lives at jeopardy in medical situations, that puts people's freedom in jeopardy in court situations. These things occurring here in Spokane. And so the date is late for this. I just want to mention, it's not uncontroversial, surprisingly. I spoke in Spanish here one time, and the result of that was an ethics complaint against, I think, the council for not having provided, interpretation. And that's correct, but the person actually, that wasn't what they were really complaining about. They were complaining about the fact that I was speaking in Spanish, or that anybody was. But we've excluded a large portion of our community in the course of that. And these are, Spanish speakers in particular, are laborers. They've been many of them, in fact, haven't crossed the border illegally. During high season for workers, often Border Patrol historically has just turned their back and let people come into the country. So, I mean, we have an obligation, and also my children study with Spanish speakers. They want those children to be have equal access to their education, and many times they're not. So I really commend the council and the people that in the community who advocated for this, because I know they've done a lot of work, and thanks to the council and the members of the council that have advocated for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Puyan Lam? Is she online?
Council President, do you want to list out the folks so they can maybe
So
make their way?
Puyan, and then next will be Sherry Barnett, and after Sherry will be Dave M.
Puyan, if you're online, could you press *3 to raise your hand?
President Wilkerson and all members of the City Council, is this not the one that's asking us to keep Washington working?
This is not that one, Sherry, no.
That's the one I signed up for.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Is she on that one list? Okay.
She is on that list.
Okay, we'll call you back, Sherry, when that'll be up next. Dave M.?
Dave, could you press *3 to raise your hand? There he is.
Justice for All, and then Dennis Flynn.
Dave's online.
Oh, go ahead,
Yeah,
Dave.
Council, I'll pass on this one. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Justice for All? Dennis Flynn? And after Dennis will be Justin Holler.
Hi, Council. Multilingualism should definitely be used as a tiebreaker between two equally qualified candidates. It should not translate into a higher salary unless that's a core requirement for the position and translation services aren't otherwise available. I don't think you should take any bias-targeted approaches in recruiting. You should be using merit to hire the best candidate for a position. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Okay,
Justice, if you're online, could you press *3?
and then our last one will be Will Hewlings.
I got Justice online.
Will, we have Justice online, then you'll be next. Go ahead, Justice.
Hello, my name is Justice for All, City of Spokane resident. Language access, is this something just vital that this community needs and has needed for such a long time? Having more diverse or more multilingual speakers inside City Hall, of course, just helps people of all kinds get more access. Even just having multilingual speakers around in general helps all of our vocabulary, kind of all the ways that we approach language and communication. It's a net good that we should always strive for. There's nothing wrong with people having more information and knowledge at hand. This is just something we should do and continue to push for because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Will?
Good evening again. My name is Will Hewlings, and I live downtown Spokane. I do not support Ordinance C-36630, which seeks to establish policies and procedures to recruit bilingual and multilingual applicants to the city of Spokane. While I respect the value of diversity, I firmly believe that English should remain the primary and only language for official city business. The United States of America is an English-speaking nation, and it is critical for public employees to be proficient in English to serve all residents effectively. Requiring the civil service to promote positions specifically to non-English speaking populations and to verify language fluency imposes unnecessary costs and administrative burdens on the city. Furthermore, the ordinance could create a divide by prioritizing applicants based on language skills rather than their ability to perform the job effectively. If I were to move to another country, such as Mexico, I would not expect the government to cater to me in English. It would be my responsibility to learn their language. We should focus on hiring qualified candidates who are fluent in English, ensuring that public services are consistent and accessible for all Spokane residents. It is time for America to prioritize unity and effectiveness by establishing English as an official language. I urge President Trump to take executive action to solidify this principle, putting America and English first.
Thank you, Will. Is Justin Holler?
Yeah,
Point
that's
of
your
order.
tolerant left. F you will, that's what they just said, just for the record. Yeah, my name's Justin Haller, District 1. I'm all for people learning different languages. When I was a child, I learned a couple different languages because of my ancestry, and we were looking at moving to a different country because my dad imported a certain type of vehicle during the second gas crisis. And we were not welcomed in certain towns in Germany that were predominantly Germanic-speaking towns. And once my dad spoke German, they embraced him. I also experienced the similar thing when I was in Rosarita and Ensenada on an event. And if you didn't speak English, or if you didn't speak Spanish, you were not really welcome. I'm all for people learning multiple language. I think it's a great idea. It actually opens up your brain. It's a great thing to learn about different people's cultures, different people's languages. But just to solely hire somebody based on their language skills, I don't think that's the way to go. I echo the stupidity of the DEI. I think you should be hired based on your skills, not your makeup or where you're from. Sorry, the other thing I wanted to mention is that there are no written pamphlets at the Department of Motor Vehicles or the Motor Vehicle Department in Spokane for German, Gaelic, or Dutch. So why any other languages? If you're going to be all-inclusive, include every single language, or just English. We speak English. I'm speaking English right now. My ancestors came from other countries and spoke other languages, and when they got here, and a lot of them came through Ellis Island, they started to learn the language, English. And that's the predominant language that is spoken most everywhere in the United States of America. And it is called the United States of America, not the divided states. Once again, I'm all for speaking different languages. I encourage it. And I'm all for, eating different cultures' foods, too. It brings us together. But just to hire somebody based on language skills, no.
Thank you. Any council commentary? Councilman McCackard.
Yeah, I believe the Marshallese is also absent from the DMV. That's something we're trying to work with them on. I want to thank Councilmember Navarrete for bringing this forward and her work on this. Language access has been a priority of mine since it became apparent how important it is during the CARES distribution as we were trying to reach different populations and realize we didn't have a very good means of doing so. And through that, I also learned and I've shared this story before, but talking with my wife, that as a little girl, she had to go with her parents to the planning department here and interpret for them so that they could get their permit to open a restaurant and be successful business owners in this community. And that's not right. You shouldn't have to have a little girl going to anywhere to interpret for their parents for them to be able to participate in their government and be able to engage and understand what's going on. That's just not fair. And frankly, I've said this a million times, transparency is one of the most, if not the most important thing government can do, because it is very true. Democracy dies in darkness. And if you don't know what's going on, you can't hold your leaders accountable. And so it's really critical that folks have access to unfiltered information as to what is happening, and that you can in turn respond with unfiltered information. Now, we've passed previous resolutions, ordinances to enact various language access things, and I've been really proud to move those forward. Unfortunately, they have been incredibly slow rolling. For some reasons I understand, some I honestly do not, and we're hoping to see more action there. We've developed a tool, and Alex has given us a presentation on this in the past, that will use and leverage technology so that we can save money in trying to provide these services, and will allow us to provide it to a broader array of languages as well. There's obviously we have large populations of different backgrounds, and my district, Councilmember Bingle and my district is it is the most diverse district in the city. And so we have folks that are not English proficient, and they deserve access, they deserve to participate in their government. And so this, to me, this ordinance is important, and it's beneficial because it provides us an avenue to help those individuals to, again, communicate with somebody who can communicate with them. And, hopefully we can leverage that technology and save those dollars and do it that way. But where we can't, or where we can find individuals that meet this, we have a real opportunity to improve service. And that's something that I think is important. And the other piece too is, and I'll just use the police department as a great example. And this is one thing, again, where I hope technology can be leveraged. But we have a language line essentially that they use, and it's kind of costly. But more than just costly, it takes a lot of time. In fact, there was an incident a couple of years back, somebody I know was involved in, and the gentleman did not speak English, and it added at least 30 minutes to the conversation. Now imagine if it's heightened, imagine if it's stressful, imagine if there's things going on, okay? Having somebody who can just speak that language, or that can come in and speak that language, is definitely helpful. But using a language line, that adds a lot of time, and that's resources. And we could have those officers out on the street. Now, this obviously doesn't just apply to PD, but that's just one good example of why I think it's beneficial and important. And so, again, I want to thank Councilwoman Navarrete. Thank you for bringing this forward. I just appreciate the ability to provide additional access and, most importantly, transparency to everybody. Thank you.
I'm going to Councilmember Dillon and then Councilmember Navarrete.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilor Cathcart, Councilor Navarrete, for bringing this up, and also all the work of our Equity Subcommittee, Spokane Human Rights Commission, I think is part of our efforts to create a much more welcoming city. This is so important. We're growing more diverse, and this is really, really important to meet people where they're at.
Councilmember Navarrete.
Thank you. I also want to thank Councilmember Dillon and Cathcart for supporting this. I do ditto what Councilmember Cathcart said about translating. When we came to the United States, we often had to translate in medical appointments and just other government appointments for my parents. And we came to the States knowing zero English. So bringing this bilingual, multilingual ordinance to the city it's great. We are not only including more diversity in our city, but we are also welcoming more folks to participate in being able to come and just be more involved. One of the things that was brought up was why aren't other languages possibly not available? There are languages that are studied. What are the top languages in Spokane? And the top languages right now that that have been researched are Vietnamese, Ukrainian, Marshallese, and Spanish. So we are, also working on translating in other languages. Another thing that was brought up that I want to also address is English is not the official language of the United States. It is there are multiple languages spoken in this country. And as one having dual citizenship, Mexican and American, when I go back and visit family, and I do go to government buildings, there are people that are required to speak English. And that is actually one of the requirements to get a job. So even if you go to a government building, there is someone to greet you in English. I do also believe that maybe resorts, people that go on vacation there in Mexico, they speak English. So it is, English is it's everywhere. So happy to vote for this tonight.
I call a point of order. The person with the sign, please put that on the floor or leave the room. Thank you. Any other council commentary? Councilmember Sapone.
Yeah, I am enthusiastically in support of this, and thank everyone for working on this. I think the city is definitely far behind other jurisdictions, other cities, and other entities in our city alone. I work at the school district, and we have lots of access to multiple languages. And I agree with Councilmember Cathcart that implementation has been slow, and continue to urge us to continue to implement that well. And we're seeing progress today, and so I look forward to us to continue to work towards making our city more accessible.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I echo all that. I have to say, Councilmember Cathcart and I were here when COVID started, and language access was a issue to getting money out. Also, even just recently, a person of English as a second language was in the planning department, and one of our staff, thank goodness we had a staff, who had to go down there and translate, and they were trying to do business in the city. So it is critical for us as the second largest city in the state to be continually progressing to be as inclusive as we possibly can. No other commentary? Prepare to vote.
Aye.
Thank you. That concludes our legislative session. Oh,
We do have Resolution 2025-00.
yes, that's why I was going to go, Councilor, Mr. Wright. Do you want to give us a little overview of that before we take public testimony?
Certainly. So this afternoon, at the agenda review session, council considered this particular resolution, which was slated for council consideration on February 24th, and voted to advance it to tonight's agenda. This resolution essentially reaffirms the city's commitment to the Keep Washington Working Act, which is a state act that prohibits use of local resources to enforce immigration laws. It keeps the city's enforcement personnel out of the business of immigration enforcement. We also have code provisions that are consistent with that. As council knows, we've had quite a bit of legal analysis about this resolution, about immigration in general over the past week. I imagine that legal analysis will continue over time. But the bottom line is that our local law and our state law, both of which we're compliant with, are compliant with federal law right now, federal immigration law. And there's nothing in this resolution that changes that. The other thing about this resolution that I'll wrap up with is that it doesn't use the word sanctuary anywhere in it. Sanctuary and sanctuary city is not a legal term. It's not a precise term. I don't think there's any agreement about what it means. And for that reason, this resolution stays away from that term and talks simply about what the law is and what our aspirations are with regard to immigration enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. There are 40 people signed up to speak on this resolution. I'm going to ask council if they like to make a, usually it's 3 minutes because there are 40. If council would entertain reducing that time to 2 minutes so we can hear from as many people as possible. Entertain a motion for that.
Yeah. So move to adjust testimony from 3 to 2 minutes to accommodate all the speakers.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any noes?
No.
Any abstentions? That passes. Please, 2 minutes, direct all your comments to the chair. We're going to start with Morton Alexander, Rebecca Gonshank, and Will Neville.
Hello, my name is Morton Alexander. I'm here with a number of my comrades from our organization, Jewish Voice for Peace. And we're here tonight because we're not only interested in peace in the Middle East, but peace in our community amongst our neighbors. And so we participated in solidarity with the rally outside organized by Latinos in Spokane. All my grandparents were immigrants. All my aunts and uncles were immigrants. They came during World War I. They were displaced from their home in Russia, and they very difficultly made their way across Europe to Rotterdam to get on the boat to Ellis Island. And my grandmother snuck into potato fields at night, digging up some food for the family. My father taught me how grateful they were for a sanctuary offered them by Catholic Church. And my grandmother never spoke English. Nobody found that to be a problem. So that's why we support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca? And after Rebecca, Will Neville.
Hello, sorry, voice is a little hoarse. Hi, thank you, City Council. My name is Rebecca Gonchak. I've lived in Spokane about 9 years. I live right downtown. And I'm here to ask you to pass this resolution to uphold the Keep Washington Working Act. Committing to uphold this law is the first step we can take to protect our undocumented neighbors, coworkers, family, and friends. As a descendant of Polish Jewish immigrants, I cannot stay silent while people are being taken from their families, put in detention camps, and now even sent to Guantanamo Bay because of their ethnicity and immigration status. Immigrating to America saved my great-grandparents' lives. If they had been turned away at the border or deported, they almost certainly would have been killed in the Holocaust, as many other people in my family were. Many immigrants and refugees today are fleeing situations that are just as life-threatening, including war, famine, gang violence, political corruption, and climate change-fueled natural disasters. For the sake of the Spokane community and our own humanity, we must not stand by while our undocumented neighbors are torn from their families, held in detention centers, and deported. Spokane cannot thrive without immigrants. They are our neighbors, friends, fathers, mothers, children, and spouses. They are workers, teachers, students, and leaders. Every person who is detained by ICE leaves a hole in their community. On January 26th, a loving husband and father of two in Spokane was arrested by ICE, leaving his family in crisis. Taking a person from their family leaves a legacy of trauma that will take generations to heal. We must pass this resolution to uphold the Keep Washington Working Act, to protect immigrants and refugees in our community and stay on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Will, and then after Will, Dave M.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I'm Will Neville. I'm with the Communist Party of Eastern Washington. I'm here tonight to voice my support for this Resolution 2025-0010, which supports immigrant rights and upholding the Keep Washington Working Act and expands access to legal and immigration defense services here in Spokane. Spokane's immigrant community has faced an increased number of threats and increased risks of deportation, detention, and separation from families, and these happenings are going to occur as Trump settles into office for a second term, which presents a danger. In a time where material conditions are declining for much of the working class, the billionaire class, which backs Trump, J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk, has painted immigrants as a scapegoat for the plight of the workers. The Trump administration claims that they're on the side of the workers, but they're on the side of the billionaire class. The right to seek asylum is protected by international and domestic law, but with the current political climate where the billionaire class is deciding the outcomes of public policy, there lies greater challenges that await. The passing of the fascistic Laken Riley Act, which mandates the federal detention without trial of any non-citizen, even children who are accused of minor infractions like shoplifting. In addition, the EO, the executive order ending birthright citizenship, and the dystopian messaging surrounding the deportation of immigrants, White House social media are examples of attacks that we're all seeing. The motto of Spokane is, "We all belong." The city should continue to strive to be a place where people of all walks of life can thrive and feel safe. In the city of Spokane Valley not too long ago, we've seen one troubled councilman try to get police to ask homeless folks their immigration status before offering services, which is illegal. Not only is this blatantly against the law, it's just wrong and immoral. It's important for City Council to commit to this enforcement to protect working people. In closing, a lot of folks are here today. We all urge you to just pass this resolution. We stand together with all of our community members and groups too who support this resolution. Also remember who got us through the pandemic. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Will. Next up, we're going to hear from Dave M. Dave, if you could unmute yourself, and then after that, we're going to hear from Jim Lady. Dave, go ahead.
Can you press *3 to raise your hand, and I'll unmute you? Dave M., if you're online, *3. I'm not seeing him.
Okay. I might try and come back to you, Dave. Jim Lady. Is Jim available? Jim Lady. Oh, here he is. Then after Jim, we'll hear from Gretchen McDevitt. Thanks for joining us tonight, Jim.
Good evening. My name is Jim Leedy with Citizen 926. I rise today in strong support of resolution number 2025-0010, reaffirming Spokane's commitment to Keep Washington Working Act and supporting legal and immigration defense services. Spokane has long prided itself on being a city of inclusivity, diversity, and belonging. Our official motto, "In Spokane, we all belong," is more than just words. It is a promise to every resident that they are valued, protected, and welcomed. This resolution upholds that promise and ensuring that all members of our community, regardless of immigration status, feel safe interacting with law enforcement, seeking city services, and contributing to our shared prosperity. The Keep Washington Working Act strengthens trust between immigrant communities and local agencies by ensuring that city resources are not used for federal immigration enforcement. When families fear that reporting a crime or seeking medical care could lead to deportation, our entire city suffers. Public safety depends on trust, and this resolution reinforces that Spokane stands for safety, dignity, and justice for all. Furthermore, the economic contributions of our immigrant and refugee neighbors cannot be overstated. They are essential workers in healthcare, education, manufacturing, and STEM fields, enriching our local economy and strengthening our workforce. By supporting legal defense services, we not only uphold fundamental rights, but also ensure that families remain together, businesses thrive, and communities remain stable. This resolution also calls for accountability, training, and funding for organizations that provide vital legal assistance. These measures are not just an act of compassion, but they are an investment in Spokane's future as a city that leads with integrity and fairness.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we'll hear from Gretchen McDevitt, and then after Gretchen McDevitt, Shannon Talbot. Thanks for joining us tonight, Gretchen.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in the resolution. First of all, regardless of what you call it, it is a sanctuary. part of a sanctuary law. If you look at the maps of where sanctuary states are, you will find Washington among about 10, I think. It's on the GOP website, so you can look at it. I'm disappointed in it. It does not protect. So people say we need this to protect people. The law is in place in our state. It's in our city. This is not needed, I'm afraid, because especially since it was rushed through, couldn't sign up to testify until about 4 o'clock tonight, that it's actually more divisive. I'm very concerned, if you read the article in the paper on Sunday, about the fear and all of that's going on among the Hispanic community. And I think this has not helped it by pushing this through. It makes no distinction between the fine Hispanic people that own businesses that are here and working hard and doing well in school, with this person that came to our country at 6 years old, entered with parents that entered illegally, and now they're 20. You know, it makes no distinction between those and those that are really criminals that have raped, murdered, sold drugs, gang members. I think that's a real shame that you haven't made this distinction at all. I mentioned to a couple of people, I texted a few city council people tonight, but I would like to see a meeting with ICE. I think Representative Michael Baumgartner might be one to initiate that. I would like to sit down with ICE. I don't know what they're enforcing and what they're not enforcing. I hope they're doing like they said and enforcing the ones that are really are criminals. But I don't know that, and maybe it would ease people's minds if it turns out that right now, at least, that's the main focus of the enforcement. I would also like to say to the people here illegally, but you're doing a good job here, if you are hanging out with people that have been violent, have committed other serious crimes, then
Gretchen,
please
thank you.
stay
Your time
away.
is up.
Okay, thank you. Stay away, because if they pick them up, they may pick you up.
Thank you all for coming tonight. We have exceeded capacity in this building, and unless some people leave and go outside, we have to adjourn this meeting and reconvene it at a space that will hold everyone. So we can take a 5-minute break to see what our numbers look like. The fire marshal will give us further instructions in 5 minutes. We are in temporary recess.
People want to get to it, you know.
Please take your seats. We will be reconvening in 1 minute. He's outside. Okay. I'm looking for the file.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll unmute. Lance Dahl.
Thank you, everyone. We are reconvening. Thanks to everyone for accommodating us. Thank you to our Assistant Fire Chief Lance Dahl. Thank you to all of our police officers that are in the building. You are absolutely safe tonight, so do not have any fear of that. Where'd you leave off at, Council Member Dillon? Who was that next?
Shannon Talbot. And I don't know if we still had Dave M. online, but Shannon Talbot was next.
Hello, Council. My name is Shannon Talbot. I was born and raised in Spokane, Washington, and I come to you today to urge you to support this resolution. Billionaires have fooled the gullible into thinking that this conversation is centered around crime. But the reality is that Spokane itself actually tracks vanishingly little data of the supposedly catastrophic undocumented immigrant crime rates. And in fact, in 2017, then Spokane Police Chief Meidel said, quote, "We do not have an undocumented immigrant problem in Spokane." A combined 80 years of experience from 3 department leaders at that time showed fewer than 5 contacts with undocumented immigrants. And it would do well for all of us to remember that simply being undocumented, simply being in the United States without authorized documentation is not a crime. It's a civil violation. And the gross mischaracterization of undocumented immigrants as inherently criminal is both intentional and insidious. Know this. This resolution is the easiest one that's going to cross your desk in the coming weeks and months. It's a frankly toothless resolution asking you to confirm Spokane's commitment to following existing Washington state laws, committing to a conversation. It's not groundbreaking. And if approved, we will be congratulating you on doing the absolute bare minimum to protect your community. Because that's what this is. You sit atop the pinnacle of a very slippery slope, one that decides whether you want to support Washington constituents or join Idaho in becoming nationally reviled for regressionist policies taking place all over the public sphere. What you do now is an indicator of how you will handle future executive orders impacting Spokane citizens. It's a harbinger of things to come. What will you do when they come for our daughters, our queer friends, our progressive neighbors? Your willingness to publicly stand for those being targeted in your community is all the more important given the blatant incompetence with which these executive orders are being enacted, as we see with Luis Rivera, who with no recorded criminal history entered the country legally and still found himself transported to Guantanamo Bay this week. We are in uncharted territory, councilors. And how you respond to these injustices and those like them will be the foundation of your legacy for not only the remainder of your political careers, however long that may be, but also for the rest of your life. Choose wisely.
Thank you. Before I go for it, is Dave M. on the line still?
Dave, if you're online, could you press *3 and raise your hand for me?
All right, next is Justin Holler, and then Linda, and then Leona Dater.
Hi, my name's Justin Haller, District 1. I think it was 1941, 1942, there were Japanese Americans rounded up and put in internment camps just because of what they looked like. That was a horrible act that the United States perpetrated on their citizens. This is not that. Like I mentioned before, I have several relatives that came in through Ellis Island. None of my relatives are Indian. I don't have any Indian heritage that I know of. Technically, I don't belong here. Betsy, you mentioned that land acknowledgement. So either none of us honkies are welcome or we are. You know? Let's kick out all the white people from the United States if this is truly Indian land. But we don't do that. It's a melting pot. There are people who come here from all kinds of places, and my ancestors saw it as a badge of honor to learn the language and to come in here legally and to pay the fees. And this is not that. If you are supporting people who break the law, that's really unfortunate. And that's the way a lot of people see it. And not everyone comes in here for a better opportunity. Not everyone comes in here to pay taxes and get a job. And not everyone comes here to be an upstanding citizen. And I am all for people who commit crimes to be arrested and sent back to wherever they came from. You know, I know that I'm not alone, and I'm probably the silent majority. But if you break the law, there should be consequences.
Thank you, Justin. Linda, I will call you. Dave M. is on the line. Go ahead, Dave.
Dave, you're unmuted. Dave, if you could press *3 to lower your hand, I just want to make sure that's you as the call-in. Dave, you're welcome to go.
Is he muted?
He's not, he's unmuted. I guess we can move on and I'll work on the.
Dave, we'll work on it. We're not able to hear you at this time, so we will come back to you as you work on your tech. Linda, and then Leona. Is there Linda in the space? No last name. Leona Dater, and then Mike Gleason.
My name is Leona Dater. I live here in the city. I want to clarify that there's nothing that you are about to vote on that asks you to protect criminals. That this is a really wonderful proposal because it takes care of two important obligations that you have. It's talking about the economy of our community, and it's talking about the dignity of the people who live here. And I went back to the initial law that was passed a couple of years ago and that you have been familiar with for these years. And it says that what we're trying to do is to support employers who rely on a diverse workforce to ensure the economy is vital in this state. And you would be doing the same for this city. 2 or 3 years ago, when this first was put into law, there were nearly 1 million Washingtonians who were immigrants. And it didn't say they were all coming from one country. They're coming from everywhere. That means at that time it was 1 out of 7 people in the state is an immigrant. And since we help all people, we're looking for all workers who want to be productive and give something to the economy and have a good life as well. So when you are supporting this, you are supporting the economy, and you are also supporting the dignity of the people who come here to work.
Thank you, Leona. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Mike Gleason, and then Victoria Caldera.
Howdy, council members. My name is Mike Gleason, and I live inside the city limits. I'm in full agreement with what the lady just came up here and said. As long as you've entered the country legally, okay? Now, just because the word sanctuary isn't used in this resolution, we are a sanctuary city. Sanctuary cities are states are deceptive and they're unnecessary. There should be no need for these type of cities or states because people that entered the United States illegally shouldn't be here. I'm going to give you the federal law. Federal Law 8 U.S.C. 1325 makes it illegal for an alien to enter into the United States without proper inspection. What's so hard to accept about that? Illegal entry into the United States is a crime, and the person that enters illegally is a criminal, no matter what their status was before entering. So if I've never stolen a thing, and my record's clear, and I went to Walmart, stick a candy bar in my pocket, and walk out the door, I'm a thief. Just like somebody that comes into the country illegally is a criminal. Sanctuary cities harbor illegal felons, rapists, sex traffickers, sexual molesters, drug dealers, gangs, cartels, etc. Having no borders and tying the police's hands so they can't keep the law in order has created chaos and further decay in our cities. Spokane's a perfect example of that. With the present administration in the White House, don't be surprised if this city starts to lose its federal funding.
Thank you, Mike. Your time is up.
Oh, shit.
Victoria, please.
Anyway, it's
Thank you.
4.5 million.
Victoria, and after Victoria, Angeline. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Victoria Caldera, and I'm a medical student at Washington State University, training to become a physician during a time in which our community faces a growing healthcare crisis and physician shortage. I am also an immigrant. Growing up in Venezuela, I witnessed the grim consequences of a society fraught with disparities. When my baby cousin Marianne was diagnosed with leukemia, my aunt fought tirelessly to secure treatment abroad. But immigration barriers delayed their visas, and by the time they were granted, it was too late. Marianne passed away before ever receiving care. Even though cancer took her life, it was the system that failed her first. Unfortunately, my family's story is not unique, and disparities like this exist right here in our own community, not just in third world countries. In the 18 years that I've lived in the United States, I've seen how fear and limited resources prevent immigrant families from accessing essential services. I've seen patients hesitate to seek emergent medical care out of fear of deportation or profiling, risking life and limb in the process. Even those with legal status hesitate to seek care, fearing that any interaction could put them or their loved ones at risk. This fear doesn't just harm individuals, it weakens the health of our entire community. That is why the Keep Washington Working Act is critical. It ensures that local agencies prioritize public safety over immigration enforcement, helping to restore trust in our institutions. These measures don't just protect immigrants, they make Spokane a safer and healthier space for all. I urge you to pass this resolution and reaffirm Spokane's commitment to being an inclusive and equitable city. Immigrants are not just residents. We are students, workers, and even future doctors like myself, working towards a better future for all. Thank you.
Angelina El Guerrero, and then after Angeline, John Orr.
Hola, yo envío Angelina Eliero Mateo. Soy hija de inmigrantes de Guatemala y México. Sorry, that means my name is Angeline. I am a daughter of immigrants from Guatemala and Mexico. I am born here in the United States, but I have been given the opportunity through the sacrifices of my parents to be a daughter, to be a sister, and to see people go through the process of asylum, through the process of getting their citizenship, and then also having family and the fear of the constant worry that they're going to be taken out of my household, that I'm never going to see them again because they can't visit their family. My grandmother, my grandfather, through their passing, my uncle passing, because unfortunately we can't visit through the sacrifices that my parents have made because they don't have the money, they don't have the opportunities that they have given me. And so I am a first-generation college student, but because of that, I still am here to give a voice to my parents that can't speak the language and the fluency that I have, and I'm a bit nervous, but I just want to say that I am here in the support of Keep Washington Working resolution, and I believe that there's a high endangerment for people to continue to work, people that pay taxes, that are here because at some point we decided that the border has more than what that the border requires for documentation, even though that at some point that wasn't there. And I have family that live here that are working to feed their family and bring
your
food
time
at
is
the
up.
table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. John Orr, then Zachary McGuckin. Is John in the room or online? John Orr?
John, if you could press *3 to raise your hand if you're online.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Who's that?
Hello?
Can you give me your name, please? I think we might have a mix-up.
I'm Linda. You hear me?
Linda from, your name was called already?
It was called earlier.
Yes,
She was- Okay.
A little confusing. *3 to speak, to raise your hand, and *3 to speak, or just *3? Doesn't matter.
Linda, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. The time isn't shown here. Okay, so believe it or not, I'm an immigrant. I came here in 1980. I came here from Canada. I had to go through a physical test and a TB test to come here. I had to have a background check, and I had to visit the U.S. Embassy to have an interview. I came here with a high-level university degree and skills, and I was an English speaker. I was a benefit, I think, to the country here. Madam Chair, I see that earlier you said that there are no signs allowed in your meeting or you will be removed. It's a rule. It's a rule that you have in order to conduct orderly business. Very understandable. There's a rule here to come into this country, which I experienced. I'm not sympathetic to those who come here illegally with no checks at all. They could be carrying diseases. I'm sympathetic to them that they want to come here. I sure did. But I'm not sympathetic to the way that they're doing it and the way that we're accepting it. Either you have a rule or you don't, or don't have any rules at all. It's just not fair. And that's what we're looking for here. It's fairness in our country. We follow the laws of our country. That's what makes us different. It's not that we're interested in equitable. We're interested in fairness. I'm sorry for those people that come here. The reasons why people are coming here are not in our purview here. And I just can't. You're a rule breaker or you're following the rules. Catering to these rule breakers, offering them sanctuary, looking the other way, you are aiding and abetting them. You're encouraging them to break the law. That makes you accessory to their criminality, if that's what it is. We have many people here that are
Linda, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you, Linda. Your time is up. Zachary? And after Zachary, Edwin L. Anders.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zach McGuckin. I'm a Spokane resident and a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm speaking here in support of this resolution, which I think is a moral necessity for our city to pass and actively enforce. You know, we hear a lot about how people are coming here for these dangerous reasons, which is just blatantly untrue. People come here because of our interference in their countries. Our extraction of the resources in their countries provides them no economic opportunities at home, which in turn, our extraction of our domestic working class requires immigrant labor. It requires undocumented people in vulnerable positions so that the billionaires in our society can extract as much wealth from them as possible. A comrade of mine who's Dominican put this to me so profoundly when one of his coworkers asked him, they said, you know, you've put in all this work, you've got a citizenship here. Why do you go back to the Dominican Republic every summer? And he just said, I don't want to be here. My home country has been ravaged by this country's extraction. My brothers in Haiti have been ravaged by this country's extraction. And then this president is saying that Haitians are a threat, that they're saying these racist laws about eating cats and dogs. The reality is that these are our workers, these are our brothers and sisters at home and abroad, and that if it was not for the imperialist extraction in their countries, they would be able to live the quote-unquote American dream, this fruitful life of prosperity in their home countries. It is our imperialist policies that require them to come here, and so we have a moral responsibility and obligation to not further create them, make them an underbelly in our society.
Your time is up.
So pass this resolution.
Thank you. Larry, and then Joan Brom, and then after that, Tony O'Neill.
I'm Larry Andrews, Council President, and I have I live here and I have a business here. And I want to say that one of the other people already spoke the law to you. So the law is the law, and we need to abide by the law. But the other thing is if I go to Canada, for me to go to Canada, I have to have a passport. And none of these people have passports coming into here, okay? Now, I own a business, and in order for me to legally hire any of these people, I have to have 3 forms of ID. There's no way I'm going to get a Social Security number from these people. And this governor that we had the past, he said, well, you need to do that. Well, he wants me to break the law, and that's wrong, okay? I have no problem with immigration. We can use more people here. Let's get legal immigration. Any of these people that are in here, they can all ask for people to come sponsor them. And that's what needs to happen. You risk all federal funding here in this city by doing what you're doing. Now, I'm going to talk a minute or two about what happened in the past. We had the Civil War. African Americans were in the South. The Democratic South fought the North for slavery. And what are we doing here? The Democrats in Washington State are imposing a slavery upon these people because they're going to get the lowest possible job because they can't legally get a job. And so they're going to be enslaved in life for as long as they're here. And that's not what we want. We want legally imported people that are supporting our economy and paying taxes. And that's what we need. We don't need any more slavery here. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Joan, and then Tony O'Neill, and then Scott Ward.
Hello, thank you, City Council. I'm Joan Braun. I'm also here to support the Keep Washington Working Act and support the resolution affirming our support for the Keep Washington Working Act. Among other things, I'm a faculty member at Gonzaga University, obviously just speaking for myself today. But the fear is palpable, and people make decisions about whether to come into our community, whether to come to schools, whether to come into work in our community, based on whether they think they will be racially profiled, identified as potential immigrants, questioned on buses. People are reading the news and they're hearing things like ICE will now be going into churches, ICE will now be going into hospitals, ICE will be going into elementary schools, ICE will be going onto buses. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying for young people. It's terrifying for so many people in this community, for our friends and neighbors, documented and undocumented, people that contribute to this community who've been here for decades, contributing to our city, are rightfully frightened. And I think we need to understand we're in a different context right now. I would be here supporting this under any presidential administration, but with the changes that we're seeing, with a president who welcomes vigilante groups and Proud Boys to work alongside him, we don't even know who's going to be out here playing the role of ICE. And I think we're just throwing the door open for all kinds of hate groups and vigilante activity and harmful violence if we're not really clear about what we find acceptable in our community. And so I think we really need to reaffirm this and affirm our city's commitment to inclusion. It's a time to kind of make a moral choice and make a stand. It is tough. People are going to label us, but it's for our community and for the sense of belonging that people have here. So I think it's really important. Thanks.
Thank you. Tony O'Neill, Scott Ward, and then Dylan Wilkie.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tony O'Neill. I've been a resident of Spokane County since 1985. I've recently retired, but involved in manufacturing leadership in Eastern Washington for the last 40 years. And I 100% do not support this. You may call it may not call it a sanctuary city, but all word shenanigans aside, that's exactly what we're talking to. So in addition to losing federal funding for not following immigration laws, breaking the law at the expense of others, and spending our money to fight litigation that will be coming, I'd like to speak to a personal story that I think is representative of thousands of families in our region. My dad, long-term Air Force, retired Master Sergeant, served in Vietnam and the Korean Wars, and met my mom when stationed in France. Mom came from a very, very difficult childhood, a very hard life. They soon married, and when they came back to the States, Mom proudly rolled up her sleeves, followed all immigration policies and procedures to become a citizen of the United States. She learned all about our incredible country, our history, probably more than most of the folks that are in this room. And she even read all the journals of the Lewis and Clark expeditions. And that was one of the proudest moments of her life. I, for one, am not going to take that moment away from her by minimizing her sacrifice or the thousands of others that have similar stories, nor should you. You don't have the right. We are a nation of laws to protect everyone. All the cities under the American flag are a melting pot, so if you want to come to this city and country, great. I'm excited for you. But do so, you must roll up your sleeves, stop feeling entitled, have a little grit and common sense, and follow the immigration laws in place. We do not condone a sanctuary city status.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, Dylan, and then Sherry Barnett.
My name is Scott Ward, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We stand in solidarity with our immigrant brothers and sisters and in support of this resolution. These deportations are reminiscent of the way that slavery separated babies and children from their mothers, husbands from wives, grandparents from grandchildren. Deportations destroy families and rip apart communities. Trump and the billionaires feed us hateful lies so that we will blame our problems on immigrant siblings instead of the real criminals, the billionaires themselves who steal our wages and rake in profits by denying us health care and affordable housing. Immigrants are valuable members of our community. They are health care workers, farm workers, educators, mechanics, and taxpayers. They make our communities function. Many immigrants are driven from their homeland by U.S. imperialist policies in Latin America and across the global South that destroy lives in the interests of the U.S. capitalists. Sanctions, U.S.-backed coups, wars, neoliberal trade agreements have destroyed economies and nations around the world. The violence of U.S. imperialism forces people to leave their homes and take on dangerous journeys of thousands of miles. Our immigrant neighbors are just trying to survive and feed their families, just like all working class people. So we say no to deportations. We say billionaires are the real criminals. We say let Cuba live. We say Cuba sí, bloqueo no. We say end U.S. imperialism in Latin America. We say end the terroristic war on terror. We say el pueblo unido jamás será vencido, si se puede.
Thank you. Dylan, and then Sherry Barnett. Sherry Dillon's coming first, and okay.
Just hold on one second. In the back, please keep the chatter between other members of the audience to a minimum. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. So I support the Keep America or Keep Washington Working Act. My great-grandfather came to the U.S. from Germany. He, like a vast majority of immigrants, legal or undocumented, what have you, he was fleeing violence and uncertainty. He came to the U.S. and found opportunity and a welcome. We have a responsibility to people who are fleeing violence and uncertainty to give them that opportunity that our country has always stood for. There's a plaque at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty that says as much. You know, the poem of the New Colossus. Everyone should read that. That's the America that I want. As a veteran of the global war on terror, what we're talking about, deporting people based solely on race, that is not the America that I fought for. I'm embarrassed that we're doing things like that. But here in Washington State, I'm proud that we've taken a stand against that. And we have a responsibility to these people not to allow them to be rounded up based solely on race. That's what I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Sherry Barnett, and then Silas, and then Justice for All.
I'm Sherry Barnett. I live in Spokane. Betsy Wilkerson and all members of this Spokane cabinet. Not all the immigrants, not all the people that have come here because they are oppressed in their land. There is no other land that you can go to and just walk across the border and become a part of their nation just because you want to. When I was a child, I watched in the paper. I saw the people as they became citizens, and English was the language of the United States. They learned English. They learned our Constitution. They had sponsors so that they would not cause a financial burden on this country. Nations have been lost. Ask Europe. Ask the UK. They have been lost by immigration, by people that will not assimilate, that don't really want to be part of this. And there are laws, and when President Trump was in, he got the border pretty much under control. Biden advertised while he was politicking that he was going to open it up, and I watched the people come. There were young Chinese, young Hispanics, military age, not just families, very few really. So it's tough. I don't want to see this happen to people, but it's wrong. What has happened to our country is no other country would tolerate. No other country does tolerate, and we're just trying, we need to correct the wrong and do it as kindly, as gently, as lovingly as we can. Thank you.
Silas, and then Justice for All.
Thank you, Council. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Cool. Great. It's a little alarming, the amount of hate in this room right now, in contrast to the entirely full gallery and open area in front of City Hall just a few minutes ago, that greatly outnumber the, sadly, misinformed that we have been hearing tonight. I'm kind of recovering from the amount of racism, honestly. It's hard to really process. I'm going to get out of here as soon as possible because these people are not safe to be around. If you could hear what they're muttering underneath their breaths back there. So with all that in mind.
Council President, those are disparaging remarks. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, strike that from the record, please. I would just like to say that this resolution is compliant with federal and state law currently. Executive orders do not automatically dissolve federal law. We have a process in this country. Choosing to follow the law should not be controversial. If there does come up such an instance in which you need to change what you've done, approach that when it comes. But you should not comply in advance, because relying simply on that's the law, so we have to do it, is how we wind up with laws that result in 1930s Germany. Thank you.
Thank you, Sal's. Justice, if you're online?
Justice, could you press *3 to raise your hand?
And after Justice Pouyon Lamb, and then John Alder.
Justin, you're unmuted. Justice, sorry.
My name is Justice Farrell, Spokane City resident, and I'm in support of this resolution. I want to first thank those that showed up in support of this resolution, those who are not paid to show up, and those who stood up for their rights and their fellow human beings. City Council, there's an unease with this community, and this resolution definitely helps provide some ease for people to feel a little bit safer in this community. We're definitely not anywhere close to a sanctuary city, where I would hope a lot of these Christians would want us to be. But this unease comes from the power that is stripped from people. The power that has been stripped is a lot of our rights when it comes down to our identities and who we are as people. And there has been a history of unfair, biased prosecution of our immigrant communities in Spokane. Stories and lawsuits of people of color that rode Greyhound buses because the Border Patrol was at the Spokane Intermodal Station with full use of a back room despite an ordinance being passed not allowing them to do so. Probable cause is something that everybody should have when it comes down to, after actually committing a crime. Probable cause is not a given because somebody's a different color than you, culture, identity, or based on any of your perception of who that person is. Probable cause is based on what that person is doing or may have done, right? And so when people are talking about criminalization, they need to understand really basics of the law. You have freedom to
Justice,
exist.
your time is up.
And that's really what we're supporting. Thank you.
Pouyon?
Pouyon, if you're online, can you press *3?
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Council President and Council members. I'm speaking to urge all of the Council members to vote in support of the Keep Washington Working resolution. I am an immigrant and a naturalized U.S. citizen. I know my immigration status, my advanced degrees, and my contributions to this city and this country do not give me much protection. For many, how I look and how I sound would automatically make me an American and unwanted. Many of this country's immigration policies and the enforcement of them have always been racialized and often outright racist. They have been about excluding people who look like me from the very beginning. Remember the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. As a naturalized citizen, I would stand up for the rights of all immigrants and refugees, regardless of their legal status. I appreciate the Council members who understand the urgency and the importance of this resolution when many immigrants and refugees in Spokane are living in fear right now. In the current political climate and the racism and xenophobia that have surfaced, we need you to demonstrate courageous leadership to stand up and act on what is right, even when those who promote hate and discrimination may be loud and aggressive. Let's be real. Those who are against the resolution, despite what you say, you don't support me, a naturalized citizen either. Don't use us as a cover. At this moment in time, it doesn't mean much if you enjoy consuming our food or getting entertained by our cultures when you don't support our legal rights. It is how you vote on measures like this resolution that shows us what you stand for. It is when things get difficult that we see people's true colors. And many of us, myself for sure, will stand by our Council members who have the courage to advocate for immigrant rights when they have been or they will be personally attacked. I hope it will be a unanimous vote in support of the Keep Washington Working Act resolution. I know as residents of Spokane, we will call on your courageous leadership in future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pouyon. John Alder, and then Will Hewlings and Derek Azaro.
The resolution is to keep Washington working. At SEIU Local 6, we were not only proud to be working side by side of immigrants, our executive board had at least 10 of its 15 members representing immigrant nations. These myths of lazy, drug-dealing immigrants are unwarranted. During my 25 years at ABM, the immigrants I saw were law-abiding, family-oriented, hard-working as any naturalized citizen working there. I still call many of these people friends to this day. As for any drug dealers, no matter where they're born, the best way to stop them is just don't buy into overpriced drugs. The ideal is to keep Washington working, keep ICE at home and not in my home. Also, one more thing I want to say. It's ironic that a country that stole the land and broke over 500 treaties with the people who were born here naturally and say that people are entering illegally.
Will Hewlings and Derek Azaro.
Good evening again. My name is Will Hewlings, and I'm a proud veteran, a proud Trump supporter, America First. So I oppose Resolution 2025-010, which commits Spokane to enforcing the Keep Washington Working Act of 2019 and funding illegal and immigration defense services for illegal immigrants. Let me be clear, this is nothing more than reckless sanctuary city policy disguised as progress. Now, since I only have 2 minutes, I can't read all this. Sanctuary policies prevent local law enforcement from doing their jobs. They create a haven for criminals and make it easier for fentanyl drug traffickers, violent offenders, and Biden cartel-linked gangs to operate freely in our city. I've seen firsthand what's happening on the streets of Spokane, because this is my neighborhood. And yeah, it's sad. This is what you guys are focused on. But I also have my ex-wife. She's a naturalized citizen. So all these people saying they're naturalized, I find it disrespectful and disgusting, because my wife took her like 3 years, cost her thousands of dollars, and she had to take a citizenship test that I helped her study for, that I didn't even understand. So you know what? It's crazy that these people that have no respect for our country, that wave a Mexican flag, I don't see them waving an American flag. Yeah, as a veteran, I find that disgusting.
Thank you, Will. Point of order. We will have order, or we will adjourn. Now, we would like to hear everybody and hear what they have to say. If you want respect, you have to give respect. That is what we expect in this chamber. Derek Azaro, and after that, Steve Olander.
Before I speak, is it safe to turn my back on this crowd? Derek Azaro, formerly of Logan. I'm not really going to speak on this subject, the content. I'm going to speak on the fact of how this city council president, you set this up in a way. Sapone came up at 3:30 and he basically changed the date. Obviously, these people must have been privy to the change of date, because you're looking at the pro side. The opportunity for the average person to come in and speak was not given to the public. This is a total biased council. There's no reason for the people to speak, because I absolutely guarantee tonight they're going to get a 5-2 vote. It's going to pass, because that's how it's set up. I absolutely oppose the fact that you changes the date minutes before this meeting to benefit your pro-choice type of comments. I can tell you, I'm of Italian descent. My grandfather had a business, but he was also in the mafia. So was his brother. And I can tell you, they worked with cash. What you're talking about here on all of this is working people. We have to assume they're paying taxes. But you're not talking about all the cash that's being given to people working under the table. We have $100 bills. We have so many $100 bills being printed. In circulation, only a small percentage is still in our country. It's sitting on pallets in other countries because it's being sent out of our country without tax. But I'm really mostly opposed to the fact the process during the election year when a councilman running for office uses his political standard of method to run a council meeting the way you just did, by at the last minute changing.
Thank you, Derek. Your time
Thank
is
you.
up. Steve Olander, and then Weil Harris Knight.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to come before the City Council. I know some of you members here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak, but for 3 minutes, I can't possibly explain what's on my heart. So this morning, I just woke up with grief because of division that's going on. You know, I was on the Berlin Wall in 1989 when that wall came down. And to see people freed, you know, it's a shame because the same thing that's happening now, I've been to several countries where there's genocide going on right now. It's a shame. I'm a 32-year veteran, and my mind has changed so much. And I work with refugees, and I've worked with refugees for about 9-10 years. And I want refugees to come here. I've talked to a woman, Syrian woman, whose husband helped the U.S. military. That husband and her family were captured, they were tortured, and to hear that story, it just breaks my heart. I hate seeing the stuff that's happening to this nation. I talked to a gentleman behind me, and we're praying for this nation. And I'm thankful for that flag there. That flag is not just for Americans, it's for everybody. I'm a simple guy, but I've taken the time to travel. I do a lot of work in Brazil, and I see what a sanctuary city can do. I see where they take people disenfranchised, taking all the poor people.
And thank you, Steve, for your comments. Appreciate it. Weil Harris, and then Judy Luce, and then Miles Hipke.
Good evening, council people. Excuse me. I've met several people here at different events that I've been with, and I just want to say also, I'm very proud to be a Washington citizen and of Spokane for just about a year and a half. I come from California, and these issues that are being addressed tonight, they're like national issues. The city council is just being asked to authorize this resolution to support the state resolution. That's all it is. So I urge you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy? Judy Luce?
Judy, if you're online, can you press *3 to raise your hand?
Miles Hipke? And after Miles, Twyla Abrahamson.
Hello, City Council. My name is Miles Hipke, and I'm coming here today to voice my support of this resolution. I have been living in the greater Spokane area for most of my life. My father was stationed in Fairchild Air Force Base, and after a short stint where I lived with my grandmother in Colorado, my dad just insisted that we had to come back here because he loved this place so much. And to see this city grow the way it has in my lifetime has been absolutely spectacular. And to watch people who I've been around and who have enriched my lives, my life and the lives of everyone in this room, talk about how scared they are because of this administration it breaks my heart. And I implore you to support this resolution because it matters so much to myself, to so many people in this room. And I think of all of the people who I've met at my time at Spokane Falls Community College, working as a member of the student government, and all of the amazing people that I have met who have come to Spokane to find a place to call home. And I only wish that they are able to find the comfort that both my father and I have found in this space. Thank you. I can see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Twyla Abrahamson, and then Carmela Conroy. Oh, welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Twyla Abrahamson, and I'm a member of the Spokane tribe as well as my children and my ancestors. And I again want to thank you for the land acknowledgement that you start each meeting with, and want to go back and revisit that as we talk about supporting this current resolution. The end of the land acknowledgement states that we agree to work together to stop all acts of continued injustices toward Native Americans and all our relatives. It is time for reconciliation. We must act upon the truths and take actions that will create restorative justice for all people. So keep that in mind as you review this resolution, because communities are living in fear. Not only immigrant communities, Native American communities are also being targeted by ICE, being targeted by racism, being targeted on our own homelands. And, it's not acceptable. And so being targeted based on the color of your skin and living in fear at this time is not acceptable. In this city is not acceptable because, again, like your signs outside the door say, Spokane is a place for everyone, and we want to continue to operate in that mindset. And as we move forward, we want to be inclusive to all because of the success that you have all made for your homes here in Spokane. And we want to continue to offer that to more people that are looking to Spokane to relocate and live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmela Conroy, and then Evie Polensky.
Carmela, if you're online, can you press *3 to raise your hand? You're unmuted. Carmela, you're unmuted.
We'll come back to Carmela. George Taylor.
Sorry, yes.
Oh,
This
go
is
ahead,
Carmela.
Carmela. Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam President. I am a resident of the city of Spokane, the great-granddaughter of immigrants who fled conflict and famine in Ireland, Prussia, and Czechoslovakia. I'm experienced as a former deputy prosecuting attorney for Spokane County and also implemented immigration law as an officer for the U.S. Department of State. I strongly support the resolution in support of Washington's Keep Washington Working law for two main reasons. First, we should preserve state and local criminal justice resources to protect our own communities. And two, we should hold accountable our federal officials in carrying out their constitutional responsibilities. With respect to preserving our criminal justice resources, we need to enforce our own laws to keep our communities safe. Law enforcement officers are working overtime. Our jails are notoriously overcrowded. I noted and appreciated that recently Spokane County Sheriff John Knowles said he intends to use his resources provided by local taxpayers to enforce state and local laws only. I would also note in response to some early comments that these state and local laws apply to all people in our city, regardless of citizenship or immigration status. In the statistically rare situation where a non-U.S. citizen committed a crime here in Spokane, they would be subject to our local criminal laws regardless of their status. With respect to holding accountable federal officials for carrying out their constitutional responsibilities, the U.S. Constitution specifies that immigration is a federal issue. Immigration proceedings are civil, not criminal matters. The U.S. Congress must reform our decades-old immigration system that is hampering our economic growth and creating human tragedy for many essential workers and other members of our communities. Recently, one of my high school classmates, her son and her foreign-born daughter-in-law sought my advice as they are 4 years and nearly $20,000 into trying to keep their family together. They are good, hardworking people, just like my ancestors, but unlike my ancestors, they are trapped by congressional failure to build a system that serves our nation's needs for good, hardworking people.
And thank you, Carmelo. Your time
Because
is
of
up.
congressional-
Carmelo, thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Evie
Thank you.
Polensky, George, and then Evie.
Good evening, Council President. My name is George Taylor. I live in the city of Spokane and currently speak as the president of the Spokane chapter of Veterans for Peace. Our chapter unanimously endorses this good resolution. You are doing the right thing by passing it tonight, whether it's 5-2 or hopefully a unanimous majority. One of our veterans reported this week that his daughter, who was a student at Spokane Community College, was waiting for the bus, coming home from class, and 2 ICE agents swept in. She identified them because they had uniforms on saying ICE. They identified themselves to these 2 students and arrested them on the spot as they were coming home from the class. We also have a report of a Mexican restaurant up on Division that was raided just 2 nights ago. And workers were taken out of that restaurant and arrested. They didn't go home. Those students didn't go home. It's like the Gestapo is in Spokane. Our police officers and firefighters do not have time to deal with these ridiculous federal roundups. If you want to talk about deporting criminals, we have a criminal in the White House right now who has been convicted 34 times of a felony, and he has been convicted of sexual assault. Let's deport him. It seems to me that this is democracy. This is what democracy looks like. We've got hundreds of people in this building who feel very strongly about this issue. This is of symbolic importance because you're simply saying, let's obey the state law, which our veteran group unanimously supports. Keep Washington working and keep Washington healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Enrique, and then Kelsey. Enrique Rico. Enrique?
Enrique, if you, oh, okay, I see you. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Enrique. I'm a resident of the Logan neighborhood. And I know how these kind of things work. I know that you all know exactly how you're going to vote, and that's okay. I thank you for listening to me anyways. You know, my name is Enrique, right? So obviously you can tell there's a little bit of Latin origin there. However, I was born in Kellogg, Idaho, right? And when I talk to people about this issue, a lot of the pushback I get was, well, don't you care about your people, Enrique? Well, I do. Again, I was born in Kellogg. The way I see it, the American people are my people. The same people that stand up and pledge allegiance to that flag, the same flag. I'd like to say for the record, I'm pro-immigration. I think there's a way to go about things, helping people get their green cards and proper documentation. If you don't have a green card, you don't have a Social Security, it's extremely hard to get a job. If you do get a job, you know, likely you're getting slave wages, wages that make it really hard to care for yourselves and for a family. I don't think it's fair. I think we should encourage people to go through the proper channels to get the proper documentation to become citizens. Because people who immigrate to this country and become citizens are some of the proudest Americans that I know. Okay? I realize that there are 5 of you that will vote in favor of this resolution today. I would ask you all to take it a little bit further. If you care so passionately about immigrant families, I encourage all of you to sponsor a family for yourselves. President Wilkerson, would you be willing to help a family stay in your home? Or Councilman Zappone? I'm sure everything will be fine. I mean, right? Why not? Why have the taxpayers pay for it? If you feel so passionate about it, you should be doing more. So thank you all. I hope you have a good night.
Thank you.
God bless.
Kelsey and David Brookbank, and then Bill Conley.
Hello, my name is Kelsey. I support this act for my Hispanic brothers and sisters that are already disproportionately targeted. We are an over-policed state, and if this act is terminated, it will continue to perpetuate this racially targeted violence. Terminating this act will open the door to discrimination. I am an environmental science student attending SFCC, and students are afraid. They are afraid to talk to their parents in their native language on the phone for fear of being targeted. These Hispanic families are going without food and necessities because they are too afraid to leave their home. America is a melting pot for all races and ethnicities, including my family that immigrated from Ireland to the Appalachian Mountains of Kentucky to go on to become successful business owners and create a life for their children. I think everyone made very good points, but I would like to address something that has not been conveyed. I heard some derogatory statements coming from the room, and it breaks my heart to see such hate. I know that this anger can be exhausting to bear. Hate is not born, hate is learned. Hate stems from fear and pain and miseducation. I just have one question. Who were you before you allowed the pain to make you bitter? Before the persistent pain you endured made your heart guarded and cold? We are all someone's baby, and most of us didn't get the love that we deserved. I love my immigrant brothers and sisters and believe all humans deserve love and respect and a chance at the American dream. When you lead with ignorance and pain, you will never feel fulfilled. It is okay to not know everything. You are not lesser than, and you can put your pride aside and acknowledge that you are wrong and start a new day ready to learn. We will welcome you with open arms and help you fight the good fight. We need to be more Christ-like and care for others of all races and ethnicities. We were given free will so that we could provide for one another.
Thank you, Kelsey. Your time is up.
Thank you.
David Brookbank, and Bill Conley, and then Raul Pena.
David Brookbank, member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I support this resolution. Why do we need this? At the behest of a ruling class president, just the latest in a series of deporters-in-chief, hundreds of thousands of people are being picked up by immigration police, brown shirts, green shirts, black shirts, and deported. There's a Border Patrol station at the north end of Division, if people don't know that, a very large Border Patrol station. In the May 2nd, 2012 Inlander, it was reported that Border Patrol was showing up at 911 calls with the Spokane Police. Spokane Police Ombudsman Tim Burns was with the SPD officer when this occurred. And a second time, an officer plus 2 additional SPD officers showed up, and the Border Patrol also showed up. So in the May 29th issue of 2012 Inlander, Spokane Police Major Frank Scalise admitted to using Border Patrol agents, quote unquote, for Spanish-speaking interpretation to save money. In 2012, same year, the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project and the ACLU sued the Border Patrol for this practice because it involved racially profiling of Spanish speakers in parts of Washington State, including Spokane. The city of Spokane at the time said that it was not aware of this practice, but the Spokane police were and allowed it to happen on multiple occasions. In 2012, I personally witnessed the Border Patrol at an SPT call on a civil issue on Howard, just north of Indiana, when I was I live nearby there. And another occasion in 2012, Hartman Hatter was present in front of the mall, a couple hundred yards from here, where we're seated when another incident occurred and was documented by a photo in the Inlander showing Spokane Police and Border Patrol in front of the Spokane Mall. Supervisory Agent Frackleton admitted to this practice, but the SPD did not end it and tolerate it until the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project filed their suit, which included another incident in Spokane. This resolution is necessary to ensure the safety of our
David,
working
your
class
time is
immigrant
up.
brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill, and then Raul.
Hi, my name is Bill Conley. I'd like to thank you for having this today. I do question the lack of timing. I think you could have done better on putting this together. I see millions of people every year being brought into this country legally, and I've been here 4 generations. My family has, that is, and have grandchildren who are members of First Nations, and I see this is a beautiful community. Having said that, this law needs to be questioned by all of you, and there's no reason why you can't discuss it with the state and your own leadership here in Spokane. And we need to follow the law and to stop hate groups. And what the gentleman said earlier about the federal law, we need to take that into account. We also need to look at the basic job of public safety, infrastructure, it's safe, and no fear. So working with other federal and state authorities, with our police and our sheriff is important to do. And there's nothing wrong with them working together, and that should be promoted. Undocumented workers can be documented, and we need to protect our communities and eliminate fear. And working with all state and local authorities and keep our neighborhoods safe and the dignity of all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Raul Pena, Jen Hoover, and then Amy Duras.
Raul Pena, District 1. Kind of funny how you move things around to fit your needs. Like the gentleman earlier said, how come you all don't support and sponsor people that you want to keep here? You know, I have nothing against those that come here, whether they're through the legal process, which is the best way to do it. But illegal immigrants that aren't sponsored, that you want us to pay for their attorney fees is kind of ridiculous. And how did you pass and how did you get all these people accumulated in such short time when this resolution was supposed to be done later on? Which is, you know, kind of ironic that you have a group of people outside marching, demonstrating and all that, and all of a sudden you got this passed for today when it should have been done in the future. Makes me wonder. Just like the money that is spent, because our mayor requests you all to pass resolutions and behind closed doors stuff that is not good for the citizens, for the taxpayers. So, you know, you got to look at what you're doing. My question is, how in the heck did you get all these people in such a short amount of time to come here and protest and rant and rave and cry about what's going on? You want them? Support them.
Thank you, Raul.
Use your money.
Jen Hoover. And then after Jen, we will go to Evie Polinsky, who is online.
This is a very challenging evening.
I'm Jen Hoover, and it's always an honor to be here. There's such diversity, and you know, that's what makes our country so great, is the diversity and the passion that I see here tonight. But we can better channel that to be a stronger, greater group together. And speaking to many people, I looked at a lot of solutions. And, you know, if we look to greater community, understanding, listening, also utilizing what's available to us. There are a lot of pro bono groups out there that can make legalizing, well, legal, of immigration to be legal. We can look at those kind of solutions. But I had a talk with someone a few months ago who mentioned that she worked in a downtown area that supported illegals in getting them housing, checks, vehicles, and even cell phones. My concern is all of the legal citizens we see, seniors, veterans that I know of, that are really struggling with housing. I want to recommend subsidizing housing landlords to take in our own Spokenite citizens, our own citizens, for medical care and things that are often being overlooked. When we look at having compassion on others and other countries, let us not overlook the care that we have for our own citizens, our own family members, those in our own community. Oh, they are important too, and I wanted to just remind us all to remember those that are what our founding fathers are, and those veterans that laid down their lives for our country as a priority. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Evie Polensky? Shay?
Evie, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Evie, you're unmuted. You're welcome to go. Evie, I've got you unmuted if you'd like to testify.
After Evie will be Amy G. Ross and Stacy Grow, if you're still in the room. Amy, if you're in the room, why don't you come on down? Thank you for your patience.
Evie just put her hand up.
Okay. Evie will come right back to you. Go ahead, Amy.
Good evening again, council members. My name is Amy Deras, and I'm the Community Programs Director at Latinos in Spokane. I'm here today to not just ask, but implore you to pass this urgent resolution that reaffirms Spokane's commitment to the Keep Washington Working Act, a law that safeguards the rights and dignity of our immigrant neighbors. This is just not about policy, but this is about people's lives. Right now, thousands of Spokane residents live in fear of being ripped away from their families, fear away of losing everything they built simply because of this immigration status. By prohibiting state agencies, law enforcement, and jails from collaborating with ICE or Border Patrol, the Keep Washington Working Act ensures that Spokane remains a city where people can live without fear, where they feel safe to report crimes, seek help, and access essential services. When trust is shattered, public safety collapses. We cannot and must not let that happen here. Training city staff and the provisions of the Keep Washington Working Act is not optional, it's critical, because without proper education, mistakes will happen, costly mistakes that would lead to lawsuits like those in Adams County, draining our resources and tearing apart community trust. We cannot afford that, not financially, not morally. Proactive education protects our city, protects our people, and proves that Spokane stands with immigrant communities. But we cannot stop there. We must access the legal immigration defense services. Without these protections, families are destroyed, workers are exploited, and entire communities suffer. Immigrants are not just residents, they are the backbone of Spokane's economy, business owners, and they're essential workers. So look around this room, hear those chants from the outside. This is what Spokane is. Here today, these are the hands that feed you when you go to restaurants, the hands that build your homes, the hands that let people make up Spokane. So in Spokane, we belong. Let's not just talk the talk, but walk the walk. Today is our day to prove that Spokane, we all belong, regardless of our skin or what our skin looks like. Thank you.
Thank
Evie or Evie Polanski. Could you press star 3 to raise your hand? Okay, Evie, you're unmuted.
Yeah, hi, my name is Evie Polanski, and I'm calling on in support of the Keep Washington Working Act and the resolution that the City Council is voting on passing. Honestly, you know, it really blows my mind to hear all of these racist people that are coming up and that are uninformed of really what this resolution even stands for. And, you know, they speak of us being a nation of laws, but they don't even understand the laws that we currently have in place to begin with. The resolution that you guys are voting to pass isn't establishing any new laws, and it's not stating that we're becoming any type of sanctuary city. It's simply stating that you guys are standing with Spokane in continuing to enforce the Washington Act that's already in place to keep our workers safe. And what that means, you know, for our communities that are built by immigrants, because Spokane is a city that is built by immigrants. We have a large community that is made up not just of, you know, Latin American countries, but immigrants from around the world. And by standing, you know, in solidarity with the immigrant community, you are making it heard that it is safe for them to go to school and go to the hospital or go to the stores, you know, go to work without having to worry about somebody reporting them and getting picked up unnecessarily or being racially profiled by the police. So that is why I was calling in today to stand in support of the resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last one on the resolution is Stacy Grow. Okay,
I just told her I put you on the list just in case.
great. Alaska was on the very first. She was on the very first one. She was. She's doing this with us.
Yeah, I was called for a different resolution, but I didn't mean to sign up for that one. It was earlier.
Alexis, come on down. You have 2 minutes. For the resolution or open forum?
This wasn't added until 4:30.
Okay. Go ahead.
Why chaskelhalt is een kailuk squeeze gawashwa to chanasket? Limtamin kucha ulus ala o skyluch temhulauch apnatis chalhalt. So I just introduced myself in the actual original, one of the actual original languages of this land, Okanagan Salish. And I wanted to remind everyone that we are on the unceded territory of the Spokane people. And unfortunately, I have been doing some work to educate my relatives who live on the reservation and who have darker skin than I do about how to defend themselves from unconstitutional stops and questioning and detainment by ICE. And we're not the only Native people who are being approached by these ICE people. The Navajo Nation has also put out public statements about their people being illegally detained. And I also wanted to remind us all that as human beings, having our biggest fears at the forefront of our minds and our decisions negatively impacts all of us. My favorite leaders don't lead with fear. They lead with generosity, with kindness, and with thinking about the entire community as a whole. And it's the same with decisions that are centered around greed. When we make decisions centered around greed, they center just the desires of a few, and they discard the many. Those are not
Thank you.
American values.
Alexis, your time is out.
And I wanted to say all white people arrived
Alexis,
here
your
by
time is up.
immigration.
Thank
Point of
you.
order.
All white people arrived here by immigration.
That, Councilmember Sapone. I was going to say that concludes public comment. Sunshine?
It wasn't an option this morning. It was. And so when I signed up, I had no clue until I came here. How do I feel about immigration? I'm homeless. Makes me angry. Not when they're legal, only when they're illegal. That's the only time it makes me angry. I have no problem calling ICE on them when they're illegal. There are some that are trying to escape horrific situations. Yes, I feel for you guys. But have you noticed the weather this week? Our hands are bloody. Our hands are chapped. Our hands are being amputated. Our feet. You know, we go through horrific things too as homeless people. And nobody's, saying, hey, let's make a big deal about that. Why don't we go outside and dance with some speakers and make a big to-do? Nobody's doing that. I completely support immigration. It's just so frustrating when we don't even have housing for our mentally ill, our people, the homeless. We have no housing for them right now. We don't have enough shelter beds. If you look on the shelterme.com, not enough shelter beds, but yet we're letting all these immigrants in when we don't even have housing, and we're dying. Like, we're literally dying. My blood pressure has been 211 over 159 all week. They want to admit me in the hospital. I said, you know what? I don't have a place to put my dog. I'm homeless. So, I mean, it's frustrating, and I care deeply about the immigrants, deeply. And I am aware of the place she was talking about where they will help you to help illegal immigrants get everything they need. And it's so frustrating. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public testimony on this resolution. Any council commentary? Councilmember Sapone?
All right, thank you. Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a todos. Gracias por venir esta noche y gracias por ser parte de nuestra comunidad. Good evening and welcome to everyone. Thank you for coming tonight and thank you for being a part of our community. I know 2 languages because I had the opportunity to live in another country where I learned so much. If I knew more languages, I would say it in other ways too. But I am proud to be supporting this resolution tonight and want to thank all the community organizers who worked to bring this forward, the over 400 people who signed on a letter to support this, the 45 businesses who signed in support, and the over 500 people who came out tonight. I know that the work will continue even after this resolution is passed tonight. Unless you are Indigenous or have Indigenous ancestry, you and your family were immigrants at some point to our country. Most of us here today are here because our families are immigrants. We came here to have a fair shot of the American dream, to improve our lives and the lives of our children and our loved ones. In fact, almost all of us who came here, or of those who come here to the U.S., come here legally and outstay their visas. Our federal immigration system is so broken that there is no pathway to citizenship after you outstay a visa. And many of those folks have family members who are citizens. In fact, about 70% of households have mixed families where someone's a citizen and someone may not be. Our economy is fueled by immigrants who are workers and customers. As we heard tonight, they do everything from providing food to providing medical service. This is why we heard so much from our labor unions and the Regional Labor Council who support this resolution and the Keep Washington Working Act. Today, our workers are being taken away, and then the American dream is in jeopardy for so many families. We need immigrant workers to keep our economy running. We need immigrants to buy goods and keep our businesses running. We have reports of businesses losing revenue right now in our community. Up to half of their revenue has dropped. If we were to deport every undocumented immigrant in Washington state alone, it could cost $2.5 billion to deport and a loss in GDP over $20 billion. Opponents of this resolution will say that the resolution doesn't accomplish anything. It's just enforcing state law. And it puts the city in jeopardy of losing federal funding. Well, this resolution affirms the City of Spokane's commitment to the Keep Washington Working Act, which is state law, and it prohibits local law enforcement from enforcing federal immigration law. The federal government continues to threaten local jurisdictions to intimidate us. However, the city must and will continue to live by our values. We must and will continue to comply with state law. Finally, this resolution is us listening to our constituents and standing up for our values as a community. Most importantly, I want everyone to know, whether you're an immigrant or not, that everyone has civil rights, especially the right to ask for a warrant. I want to repeat that. Every citizen, whether you're an immigrant or not, has civil rights, including the right to ask for a warrant. So if you see something in the community, you have the ability to speak up and ask for a warrant. We want everyone in Spokane to work hard and have a fair shot at achieving the American dream. We want our businesses to thrive. We want kids to be able to go to school and our residents to be able to go shopping without fear. Because in Spokane, todos pertenecemos. That was a hard one.
Thank you. Councilmember Cathcart.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you to everybody who has remained here for the evening and everybody who came down tonight. This is obviously an issue that has an immense amount of passion and emotion and folks that have real strong feelings on all sides. There's no doubt about that. One of the things that, as we've heard people come down tonight, what we really haven't heard is specifically what this resolution will do and why this resolution would be necessary in order to protect certain individuals in our community. And the real issue here is that this resolution is non-binding. It's not an ordinance that enacts any sort of law. It doesn't stop ICE in any capacity from operating inside the city of Spokane, Spokane County, Washington State. It really has no true bearing on the enforcement of the federal government. In fact, USC 8, I think 1357, is pretty clear that immigration is a specific facet of the federal government. The U.S. Constitution, the Supremacy Clause, grants that right to the federal government over the states and the cities. And I do believe that there are aspects of the state law that do conflict with the federal laws as they exist. And now at any time, any senator, any congressman could be proposing to change those laws. We could be asking them to change those laws right now. Senator Murray could be introducing legislation right this second to change those laws, if she so chose. But the fact is that these are laws that have been on the books for a very, very long time. And there's a whole lot of reasons behind them. And, we can talk about the need for immigration reform. Yes, we desperately need immigration reform. We can talk about the need for H-1B reform. Yes, we definitely need H-1B visa reform. We can talk about the need to reform our foreign policy, to be smarter, to be more diplomatic, to be less intrusionary into the lives and affairs of other nations. Sure, we need all those things. But this is a city council, and we can't affect any of those laws. We can't change federal immigration law. We don't have that ability. And we currently have an administration that has decided that this is a priority. And here is my absolute, honest, immense concern. There are individuals in our community who are hardworking, who deserve a path to permanent legal status. And that is something we should be working on in Congress. And what is this law going to do, or what is this resolution going to do? It's potentially or likely going to draw the ire of federal officials who are actively enforcing these laws. It is much easier to enforce these laws within the 100-mile radius of the border, which we do sit. And there is just much more ample opportunity. And I think it's pretty clear that, you know, the administration is going to look for opportunities where there is a show, and where we are putting on a show, they are going to look to perhaps push back. And I'm very concerned that we are creating this immense false sense of security. There will be a headline in the Spokesman Review tomorrow or other publications about us passing this resolution, and suddenly individuals are going to say, wow, okay, ICE is gone, it's all okay, it's clear. But that's not the case. It's a false sense of security. This resolution is not necessary for state law to be enacted or remain enacted the way it is. In fact, if that state law went away, what nobody has told you, there's already a code in the Spokane Municipal Code that stops law enforcement from asking about your immigration status. And frankly, before that code was adopted, which was a very divisive, controversial thing at the time in 2017, that had been the rule internally with no division for years and years of our police department. So this has been a long-standing thing in the city of Spokane, that we're not going to direct our personnel to ask these questions. Nobody is asking to direct our personnel to ask these questions. This resolution does not change any of that, doesn't change our code, doesn't change state law. State law does not need the city of Spokane to affirm it in order for it to be effective or implemented. But we are potentially putting a whole lot of people at risk just by having this conversation tonight. And of course, we know that there are a lot of folks who probably would have been here and didn't have that opportunity, were disenfranchised because of the last-minute maneuvering. But it's a frustrating situation where we have incredible immigrant populations in this community, refugees that mean so much, individuals that mean so much, that come out and do all kinds of things for our community. But we are risking them by putting this out there. It doesn't do anything. ICE doesn't care about our resolution. In fact, they might think the opposite. Now, in the Spokesman Review the other day, it also talked about, which was just heartbreaking to me, some of the, false allegations of raids and things that are scaring folks and making them not want to patronize certain businesses. And that's not right either. We're creating this air of fear. And so the best thing we could do is to put out good information, educate the community on what it is the federal government is doing, and let them make their own decisions as to how best to protect themselves and their families. Now, there's provisions in here encouraging for some monetary supports, not saying we will, but encouraging. I don't believe we have the ability to offer gifts of legal support. This was attempted with regards to tenant rights, and that did not move forward. And so I don't believe that that is possible. And another false sense of security, a false promise, a false sense of what the city is going to do, because we can't offer those services. But there are obviously lots of organizations, nonprofits, things like that that exist out there, but we can't be involved in those things. So I'm voting against this tonight, and it's really frustrating that, you know, this has come about the way it has. It's been divisive in the way that it is, and it's creating and generating, I think, a lot more fear in this community than ever needed to be. And so, I'll leave it there for this evening. But again, I just hope that everybody is safe and considers just the best options for you and your family as you move forward.
Councilmember Klitsky.
Thank you. Is my audio working?
Yes.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Cathcart raises a lot of fair points, that ICE doesn't care what we're doing here tonight, but our community does. So I want to say thank you to all the folks who turned out, for all the excellent testimony. Our citizens, we're hearing, and our legal residents are being inconvenienced and/or harassed. Right now, we're hearing reports about that. And the community has asked us to reaffirm this commitment. And that's what we're doing here tonight. And I don't think anything that I say tonight is better or more well stated than what we've already heard. We've had some excellent testimony, and I greatly appreciate that. But I did want to just reiterate a few things. The vast majority of immigrants here pay taxes and do not commit crimes. People who commit crimes, we're talking about crimes, not civil infractions, they will be convicted and they will be deported if they are not legally in this country. We're not stopping that. This resolution does not say that we want criminals in our community. What we're doing is making sure that our citizens and our businesses are not held up by these actions by ICE that are unfairly targeting folks that are citizens and legally here. And sorry, I'm a little ill tonight, but I digress a little bit. Sorry, I'm going to move on. We're already spread thin on our police department, and some other folks have already pointed this out. We struggle to adequately fund public safety and human services, and we cannot afford to commit any of our local resources to doing our federal officers' duties. What this also does is ensure that our police have the resources to focus on their jobs, which is to enforce our local laws.
Thank you.
The American economy, oh, I'm sorry.
That was a long pause. Keep going.
I'm sorry. The American economy has always relied on immigrants. In Washington, we are no different. We rely on immigrants to round out our workforce. Many economic sectors rely on immigrants here. We've had the federal government to provide and manage adequate worker visas and pathways to citizenship. They have failed to do this. And so we do have folks entering the country illegally and working here and paying taxes. And it's unfortunate, but it's already been pointed out. The pathway to citizenship is not clear. A lot of people do come here legally, and once their visas have expired, they have no pathway to citizenship. So that's something we really need to address if we want to solve this problem. I want to encourage everyone to learn their rights and exercise them. Standing up for your civil rights and the rights of your neighbors and friends is the American way. Asking for a warrant is patriotic. Standing up for what you see as wrong is patriotic. Nothing we are doing tonight interferes with a federal agency that is actually following due process and doing their jobs. Our tax dollars already pay for them. Local tax dollars need to stay local. I was not able to see you all there tonight, but what I was able to see is members of our Indigenous community sitting near the podium. And I want to say how much I appreciate them showing up and being here and standing up for what's right. It's really, really, really illustrative of how hypocrisy can weed its way into our policies. And I think we can do better, but for now, we need to protect our citizens and stand up for American values. Thank you.
Council Commentary, Councilmember Bingle.
I know we're talking about a pretty heavy topic, but first off, I want to talk about the Super Bowl yesterday. So, being a huge Tom Brady fan, I was glad to see Patrick Mahomes lose in the Super Bowl. Happy for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles organization. And, during the Super Bowl, we eat, certain treats, right? And I have one that I want to describe to you all. So, as has been said, we're a nation of immigrants, and I'm going to get to that later, but I want to talk about, a personal favorite of mine that comes from, where my mom comes from. So we call it a flurrigan, if you don't know, but it's called a flurrigan. And what it is it's a beef patty. It's got some cheese on it. It's got buns. It's got tomatoes, lettuce, onions, pickles if you'd like. You can put some sauce on it, and it's delicious. It's one of my favorite treats. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, oh yeah, a hamburger, I know what a hamburger is. That's kind of what this resolution does. We say, well, it never ever says sanctuary in it. It's definitely not a sanctuary law. We don't say the word sanctuary. I mean, Shakespeare once pretty famously said, a rose by any other name would smell as sweet, and which was a shot at the Rose Theater, by the way, which is across the street from the Globe Theater. Little fun fact there. But I have a problem with this one because, again, it is affirming a sanctuary law. We can say it's not a sanctuary law, it doesn't say it. Definitionally, it's a sanctuary law because one of the things I've heard from our policy analyst, I've heard it from other council members, I heard it from members speaking here tonight, is that what this law does is it prohibits law enforcement from enforcing federal immigration law. That is a sanctuary law. That's what it is. You can call it whatever you want. Okay, you can call it a flurrigan. I don't care. It is a sanctuary law. And that's something that I think is really important for us to understand is that when we're talking about following the law, I hear following the law a lot, and this is a problem I have often with this council and with others, is that we say we need to follow the law. It's like, well, do you mean capital L law or this particular law? Because if we're following the capital L law, the laws of the United States, the law of the land, it actually is a criminal offense to come into the country illegally. Now, it is not a civil infraction. You cannot be arrested for a civil infraction. You can get up to 6 months in prison for coming into this country illegally, okay? And if you do it a second time, it's a felony. You can actually get a felony for this. And so to say it's not a criminal act, I disagree with. Now, all that being said, I totally understand why people want to come to this country, right? I have no doubts why people want to come to this country. It is the greatest country on God's green earth, right? It is the greatest country the world has ever known. And the vast, vast, vast majority of people who are coming to the United States, legally or illegally, are coming here because it provides a level of economic opportunity and freedom that they're yearning for. And I don't blame them for having that desire to come to this country. I think that that's incredible. And again, the vast, vast majority of folks who are coming here, that's the reason why they're coming. Now, at the same time, there is a small percentage of folks who are coming here who have nefarious acts. The reason why we need to regulate immigration and folks who are coming in is so that that very small population of folks, we can stop them from coming into this country. And we're talking about how we need to reform immigration policies at the federal level. And I totally agree. Now, had this resolution been, Dear Congress, please fix the broken immigration system, because what we want is we want more people coming here legally, but currently, based on immigration law, there's an incentive to come here illegally. I 100% sign off on that all day long because, again, coming from a missionary's family, I know what it's like to be in a country yearning for opportunity, yearning for freedom, and the United States presents that to the world, right? 20% of the nation's immigrants choose the United States. And if we allowed more people to come here, that number would be far, far higher. The next country on the list is going to be Germany, and they get about 4% of the world's immigrants, okay? People want to come to the United States, and it is because of people in this room, it is because of the community, and the freedom and the opportunity that we have fostered in this country. And I think it's totally noble for people want to come here. But at the same time, what we must be able to do is understand who is coming into the country and why, okay? That is an incredibly important thing, okay? I went down to the border last year. I tell you what, I know that as I was talking with Border Patrol, they were saying that they were letting known terrorists into the country because they had to, okay? Now it is a different administration, and that's not tolerated, so that's not going to happen anymore. People were coming in with known criminal records and are now in this country. Again, a very small portion of the people coming in here, but still people coming in. And we need to be able to repel those folks because we want people to come to the United States. We do not want bad people coming to the United States. And I think that that's really, really important. Now, some other things I heard is that we're deporting people based solely on their race. I don't believe we are. If you look at folks in this community specifically, we have a lot of Eastern European immigrants. There are a lot of people who are here. We have a lot of Ukrainian refugees that are coming in. And again, I love refugee status. I love people who come here for asylum. I love that they're coming here because, again, the United States is the greatest country in the world. But again, we need to know who's coming here and why. This 100% is a sanctuary law.
no matter what we say, 100%. It is a sanctuary law. And we as council members, again, we as elected officials have taken an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States. This openly flouts the Constitution of the United States. It openly flouts the laws of the land. And I do not believe that that is a good thing for us as elected officials to do. I will not be supporting this.
Councilmember Dillon.
Next time I go to Zips, I'm going to ask for a Florigan and see what kind of response I get. Maybe a little bit of a different perspective, I think, going back, and I appreciate what Councilmember Cathcart mentioned about the internal SPD policy about, 10 years ago, 2015, these chambers were packed with a lot of passionate commentary around immigration, and there was an effort to overturn the policy and change it in a way that even if you were not SPD, if you were any city employee, a park ranger, if you worked in the streets department, you would have to inquire about someone's citizenship status. Basically, Spokane's version of what we saw in Arizona with like a show me your papers law. And that was found unconstitutional. The 100-mile zone that we're in, we're 90 miles from Canada. And there's often that belief of, this gives a lot more latitude. What we saw in the previous Trump administration with the increased warrantless searches at the intermodal station. And what happened there? Well, we passed a law in 2018, Spokane City Council did. Mayor didn't enact it. But again, the courts found that Greyhound, by virtue of letting Border Patrol on asking for people's papers, yes, they were found to be racially profiling. The courts validated that decision, and the victims that were harassed in these cases received millions of dollars in settlement funds from a larger suit that our Attorney General brought forward to also individual settlements. And Greyhound said, you know what, we don't want to go to court and fight this. We are going to pay you out, because they knew that they were wrong. Which brings us to the Keep Washington Working Act. And when this passed, it's important to remember that this passed with bipartisan support. There was Democrats and Republicans in Washington State that both supported this legislation. And part of the urgency for what we're doing tonight, and I also feel like, this passed in 2019, this was 6 years ago, a lot of people don't know about this law, and part of this resolution is helping educate folks about that. But the constant reports that we are receiving, the phone calls, the pain and fear that this is causing in Spokane is legitimate and merited this urgency. And of course, there's been some discussion about, a federal funding freeze. We got, and this has been published nationally, a memo from the Department of Justice, and I'm sorry, but this is just an empty scare tactic, and it's not worth complying for 1 second. In America, decisions about what is legal and illegal are made by the courts of law. And as for the U.S. Constitution, the Fourth Amendment protects people from random and arbitrary stops and searches. And knowing your rights is a good thing.
Councilmember Navarrete.
So 6 years ago, I was part of advocating for Keep Washington Working for this law, and I was working in a nonprofit. And today, I'm actually here advocating for it, being the first immigrant in City Council in 143 years. I am proud. I did not take nobody's job. I am not a criminal. I am not a rapist. I have earned this job and the jobs I've had before by working. I'm going to start off with this quote. Terrible things are happening outside. Poor, helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Families are torn apart. Men, women, and children are separated. Children come home from school to find their parents have disappeared. This is a quote from the diary of Anne Frank on January 13, 1943. We've had a dark history, and we still have a dark present. Some things I want to debunk from emails that we've received or some comments that we've received today. There is absolutely no federal money or tax money that goes to undocumented immigrants. Our people have been abused and mistreated for ages, knowing that we are the backbone of the country. During COVID, who were not put on the list for being, what's the term?
Essential workers.
Thank you, essential workers. It was the farm workers, the people that work in the canneries, the people that work in the meat factories. And despite of them dying, they put food on our tables. Now, people always say, I support immigrants, but the ones that come here legally. If there is a legal pathway, let's hear it. The legal way is broken. There is no way, even the ones that are trying to find a pathway for citizenship, for permanent residence, for temporary residence, for work permits, their applications are being denied because denying them, it's a path faster to deport them than to go through the process. Fear-based control is abuse, and that's what we are experiencing right now. Our governing system is guilty of domestic abuse, of psychological abuse. I'm sorry that people were not feeling safe today. Our intent is to always have everyone feel safe, but this is just perhaps a taste of what us as immigrants go through when we go out right now, when we go shopping, when we go out with our families, when we speak Spanish. People point at us. Washington State is not a sanctuary state. If there is a legible warrant signed by a federal judge, it's the law to respect it. But when a federal agents lie, racial profile, and harass people, even American citizens, they are breaking the law. The Keep Washington Working law only has local law enforcement and state not ask for immigration paperwork. I am not going to be paying or spending my taxes on a police officer pulling someone over and asking, do you have your papers? That's not what they're there for. They're there for our safety. And I'm going to end this with a quote, another quote. When you demonize the immigrant, the poor, and the marginalized, I'm not interested in hearing about your religious beliefs. You've already shown me what they are about by how you're treating the immigrant, the poor, and the marginalized.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you again to everyone who came down tonight, who stayed, who testified, whether you are for this resolution or against this resolution. I will say this has been a 2.5-hour public service announcement on immigration rights, education, and getting the word out there. Please educate yourself and your family and friends and be proactive, however you choose that proactive to be. Prepare to vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Before we go to open forum, in our haste, there was public testimony on special budget ordinance relating to the climate carbon quest. And there were 3 people who wanted to speak. That was Justin Haller, Dennis Flynn, and Will Hewlings. If those 3 would like to speak at this time, you may do so.
No, I see him out there.
Council President, do we want to take a recess right before?
And after this, we'll do a recess. This is not open forum yet.
No, I know. Justin.
Justin and Will, yes. Yes.
Yeah, that was kind of a bummer, missing out on
Justin,
six.
you want to just wait a minute till it
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Please exit the chamber quietly as we're still in session.
I mean, I could always talk louder over them, you know that.
Go ahead, Justin.
Okay. Yeah, Justin Haller, District 1. Regarding the EPA climate change hoax, I don't know why we're spending more money on this when the Spokane Valley doesn't adhere to King Inslee's prior orders, and Spokane Valley basically said, we can't afford your climate change hoax, sorry. And they didn't buy a bunch of electric cars, they didn't buy a bunch of things that were deemed eco-friendly. And if you look back at history, there's this little place called Pompeii that had a volcano go off. And I don't think the people in Pompeii really cared about climate change when they had lava in their living room. And more recently, since I was a kid, my grandpa said, the sky has been falling for one reason or another for a while now. And it's true. And the sky is falling for one reason or another, and you guys are willing to profit off of it for whatever reason, whether it's acid rain or it's global warming, global cooling, whatever the current thing is, And for people to take climate change advice from I think she was like 13 or 14 at the time, Greta Thunberg. Why are we taking climate change advice from people like Greta Thunberg, or people like politicians that buy beachfront property who claim the world's going to end and we're going to all be underneath ice or we're all going to be underneath water, and then lo and behold, it doesn't happen. And I grew up 13 miles from a beach, and it's the same water level as it was when I was a kid. So. And banks would not loan money on beachfront property if they thought it was going to be underwater. So it's a grift, it's a hoax, it's been proven to be a hoax, just like BLM with all their stolen money. And it's a shame that you guys fall for the okie doke every single time. Like, oh yeah, we got to change the plan, Well, guess what? CO2 is good for plants. Plants need CO2 to create oxygen for us, so maybe we need CO2.
Thank you. Will?
Good evening again. My name is Will Hewlings, and I live downtown Spokane. So I strongly oppose Ordinance C36639, just as I oppose OPR 20250101. This so-called budget proposal for the Community Change Grant is nothing more than another Democrat bank-backed scheme to funnel taxpayer dollars into a radical climate agenda that does nothing to benefit the hardworking citizens of Spokane. I wish I could talk more about this Community Change Grant garbage, but I don't have enough time. But anyways, before we even consider setting up this budget under radical Democrat Mayor Lisa Brown, President Trump's new EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin, and leaders like Elon Musk should investigate this wasteful taxpayer spending, this money from the Biden's little Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, there's lots of controversies, and as a Republican, we do not like that. So I don't support anything that has to do with that. That is ridiculous. But I urge the people of Spokane to reject Ordinance C36639 and demand that our leaders stop wasting our tax dollars on radical climate nonsense. We need leadership that puts Spokane residents first, not more Democrat-backed scams disguised as environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Flynn, are you in the House? Okay. After hearing additional public commentary, Do any council members wish to change their vote on ordinance C 36639? Seeing none, that stands. Thank you. At this point, that concludes our legislative agenda. We will take a 5-minute break before we go into open forum. Thank you. We are back from recess. We are now in open
You
forum.
never know how long it's going to go.
We are now in open forum. Thank you. We're going to start with Will Neville, Shauna Porter, and Alexis Tenasket. If any of those are in the room, please come down.
Council President?
Yes.
I know the list technically has more than 20, and so I would just make a motion that everybody on that list be able to speak if they're still here and wanting to speak.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved in second to include all the ones on the open forum list tonight. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Abstentions? We're great.
I don't think any of the first.
I know it. So I don't see Will, I don't see Shauna, I don't see Alexis. Oh, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Shayna Porter.
Oh, thank you, Shana. Welcome.
Yes, Chairman, City Council members, Akwe Nu Pakataka Pequot, Niwiskwe, Shayna Porter. I am one of the very few remaining members of the Pequot tribe. We were one of the first on colonization from Connecticut, about 10 miles off of the coast. So it's not very often that I find myself here at City Hall. I just kind of go about my life. I ended up in Spokane after my husband and I separated from the military. So I stand very proud in our city as an Indigenous-owned business. And also a military veteran who cares deeply for this community, who got a master's in social work at Eastern Washington University. I had a whole lot of other comments, much of them were already said, and I'm not going to repeat them. But what I do want to bring to you today is that we have some, what I believe, very important grandfather teachings that are common among many Indigenous peoples. Those include humility, respect, bravery, honesty, love, wisdom, and truth. Tonight was a very chaotic night with many different opinions and perspectives, a lot of people very scared with many different opinions. And I just stayed around, not to take a position, but to say thank you to each and every one of you for the seriousness at which you take your position and the thoughtfulness in your consideration and the care for our people, for this community. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see Alexis, Jennifer Mesa.
Is anybody online?
I'll see if Jennifer's online. We only have one virtual
Who's-
attendee.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, you want me to ask?
Yes, let's see who that is.
If you're online, could you raise your hand pressing *3? Hi there, you're unmuted. Could you identify yourself?
Hi, this is Dennis Flynn. Tried raising my hand several times during the return to the legislative session, but now we're in open forum, correct?
Yes, Dennis, and I want to apologize. You were on the list as a I will testify in person, and so I was not looking for you online, so that is my bad. I apologize.
That's okay. I was hoping to raise and lower might have caught somebody, but it didn't. Okay, so let me know when I'm ready to start on open forum.
You're ready.
Thank you. Dennis Flynn, I live near St. Charles. I'm not talking towards any Washington state law or other agenda item that was added so late that I didn't know it was on the agenda. Rather, I'm just providing a few definitions. In fact, that somebody shouldn't trust me. Everyone should go to the UN Refugee Agency website at unhcr.org and become educated on these topics for yourselves. The 1951 Refugee Convention and the 1967 Protocol are the guiding documents. There are 149 countries that have signed on. Guyana is the only country in North, Central, and South America that has not signed into the convention. An immigrant is someone who wants to become a legal resident of another country. An illegal alien is someone who has overstayed a visa and or who has crossed our border without following the legal process. However, a refugee is someone with a well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a social group, or a political opinion. And a refugee has the right not to be expelled from the country to which they fled. However, A refugee also has an obligation to follow all the laws and regulations of the country to which they have fled. Whether or not you think there should be any borders or how easy or difficult it is to cross them, these are the definitions, international regulations through the UN. A refugee has obligations to the first country to which they flee. There is a legal process to immigrate from there. If you want to change the laws, petition your government with your grievances and do the work to get them changed. Differing opinions will most likely end up in a legislation that is a compromise. So refugees do have a right to flee their persecutors, but guess what happens when you get to the next country? You are no longer persecuted. You might desire to go to another country, but that's beside the point. Start the legal process to immigrate. As an example, if you're a Guatemalan fleeing for persecution, you
Dennis?
can seek asylum in the neighboring countries
Thank you,
of El
Dennis. Your time
Salvador,
is up.
Honduras, Belize, or Mexico. But you don't get to choose the U.S.
Thank you, Dennis. Your time is up. Next is Amy Darris. Tyler Tamush.
We have a call-in. Tyler, if you're online, can you press star 3?
Justice for All.
Justice, if you're online, could you press star 3? Okay, we have Justice. You're unmuted.
Thank you, Council President. This is Justice for All, Spokane City resident. I just wanted to thank everybody who came out tonight and thank the council for trying to accommodate so many people. Next Monday, there is a rally at 12 p.m. at the Red Wagon. I am requesting that you all show up as council members to this event to hear the people out, because a lot of rights and protections around people's identities, their food, their medical, are all being questioned right now, and it's very important that the city actually passes ordinances and things to actually create protections around these things, because these are people's rights that shouldn't be taken away very easily, and people's livelihoods as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice. Scott Ward. Stacy Grow.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I did reach out to all of you guys and left you all messages and voicemails this week. I think Mr. Bingle and Cathcart are my representatives. This is the first time I've been here to Spokane City Council. I'd like to bring your attention to SMC City Code 1074, which you guys passed in October of 2022, the third in particular. And I believe that this municipal code is unenforceable and was incorrectly drafted to make it such. As I'm sure there's other people that have been subject to it, have been subject to what I believe to be an illegal and unauthorized code that should not have been enforced. I'm currently under its enforcement. Thankfully, it's civil. It does have potential criminal implications. And I would ask for the council's serious attention on this. I've already spoken to Mr. Piccolo and maybe didn't get the answers that I was hoping to receive, but I would highly suggest that each council member individually take seriously this municipal code, look it over yourself. I would draw particular attention to section G 1 and 2, which creates most of the issues for yourself. And to please reach out to me individually. I did put my email address when I signed up, and let me know what the council intends to do. Right now, the council is in, or the city is in contract with this Spokane County for animal enforcement. And that's what this mostly has to do with. You are in contract, but you're still also the code creator. So it's kind of a little bit of both. You are responsible for enforcing it, also responsible for its creation. And I am being negatively affected by it, as I'm sure others have been. So if you could please reach out to me by email, particularly you two. I'm sorry you were sick, and I can understand why you didn't respond, probably busy. So thank you guys.
So much. Dave M. and then Jim Lee.
There's nobody online.
Okay. Jim? Silas? Gina McKenzie?
Good late evening, council. And I appreciate that you're even allowing open forum because it's so late and I don't know what time you normally wrap it up. I live in Spokane for many years. I came here tonight to present about the city shutting down the southbound lane of Washington at the Buckeye intersection. But I think I don't want to speak about that because I would not be able to do the topic justice at this point in the evening. But it was very interesting to be here this evening, and it was very informative, and it was good to hear all points of view. Although I do think one side was more represented than the other, and I don't know how that happened. I don't understand why this giant issue of immigration was switched onto the agenda tonight, because if I'd known that, I probably wouldn't have wanted to stay up this late down here visiting with you folks, even as lovely as you are. So some has stated this evening this is a huge disservice not only to folks like me who came to present at open forum, but a huge disservice to fairness. That's all I can say about that. So I'll just have to come another week, and I just want to make sure that, say if I come back next week, can I present on open forum about the topic I wanted to present tonight?
We don't have a meeting next week.
Oh, well, that's right. It's Washington's birthday, or President's holiday in modern speech. So, okay, so thank you very much. I appreciate your service, and I appreciate your open consideration of different things going on. Okay?
One
24th,
just-
though, you can come.
Yeah, just quick one point of order. So the traffic calming resolution where that project was included was deferred today until March 3rd.
Yeah, I saw that on the chart. But there's some things that I'd like to discuss in advance of that, because you are voting on it on the 3rd, right? So it's an important issue to, I've lived on Corbin Park for like 40 years. I grew up here in Spokane, and we've been polling people, okay?
We can follow up.
All right, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, thank
okay.
you, Gina. Please come back.
I will. Thank
All
you so
right,
much.
Thank you. Cheryl Miller. And then Joan Braun after that.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Cheryl Steele Miller. I live on Buckeye, and I'm here to talk about the closure from Park to Washington. First, I want you to know that every single morning I go to Starbucks on Division and Buckeye with my dog, and then we go get the pup cup and we go to Corbin Park and watch the squirrels. And so I travel east every morning on Buckeye and west, and I turn on Washington to go to the park with my dog Piper. So I want you to know that's very important. There has been no public hearing or no signage posted with regard to this. I found out from Victor Frazier by accident in a casual conversation that this topic was even being discussed, and then Gina also called me about it. I live on the corner of Buckeye and Howard. I own the whole 500 block, and around the corner it's a duplex, and so one front door is on Howard and the other is on Buckeye. I live very close to that intersection, just one block from that intersection, and I can tell you, I haven't seen you guys, you haven't done any study on traffic accidents there, right? And I've owned that property since 2007, and I know of one bad accident at that intersection where a car went through a person's house, and they now have great big boulders there to prevent that from happening again. However, I see accidents during the school year time and time again, cars traveling eastbound on Buckeye at the Washington light, rear-ending, because the sun is there and they're texting. And they're usually kids from North Central High School. And I know that because I often go there with my cell phone and let them call their parents because they're scared and crying and nervous. So there's a lot of accidents there. Shutting that street will reroute to another skewed intersection called Howard and Buckeye. That's not monitored. So it's going to create more problems and more accidents. So I'm not in favor of closing Park to Buckeye, and I don't know why those people think that they should have the right to private access in a public street.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Council
Joan?
President, you do need a motion to continue past 10 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to continue past 10 o'clock. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Abstentions? Our meeting is extended. Joan? CJ? Is CJ in the house or online?
No one online.
Raul Pena? Still in the house?
Otra vez, Raúl Peña, Distrito 1. Lo que yo quiero hablar es por qué no nos dan dinero para tener lo que necesitamos donde vivimos. In other words, your Spanish sucks. Excuse me. How come we can't get what I've requested for 3 years? There's a $3.5 million, you're going to do bus lanes, bicycle lanes, and it's all downtown and on the west side of town, but yet for the past 3 years, you can't paint a $3,000 crosswalk for kids' safety in my neighborhood. You haven't even come out to look at the conditions of the sidewalks or the fact that the handicap ramps face into traffic on Hamilton. So there's a knucklehead in a wheelchair that has to get off the sidewalk in order to cross the street, has to get hit by a car. I'm going to hold 5 people and the families that are going to sue the city. And I'm going to make darn sure that the fault is going to lie on those individuals that try to spend their money on the South Hill instead of the north side, where we desperately need improvements on our sidewalks, handicaps, and crosswalks for kids' safety. You got $3.5 million coming in, and you guys are already, but you've given us the finger in District 1 in my neighborhood where it's desperately needed. Yeah, John.
Dave Bilslin? Will? And after Will, Sunshine.
Good evening. My name is Will Hewlings, and I live downtown Spokane. President Trump and his fearless border czar, Tom Holman, are taking a sledgehammer to sanctuary cities. Now, I know you said this ain't a sanctuary city. Lawlessness jurisdictions that brazenly defy federal immigration authorities and put American lives at risk. These disgraceful policies don't just hinder immigration enforcement, they embolden criminals, fuel chaos, and make our streets more dangerous. Enough is enough. The Trump administration is fighting back, launching a hard-hitting lawsuit against Illinois and Chicago for their reckless sanctuary laws. These corrupt local policies obstruct federal immigration efforts and outright violate the U.S. Constitution's Supremacy Clause. Attorney General Pam Bondi has made it crystal clear this legal action is just the beginning. Sanctuary jurisdictions will be held accountable and more lawsuits are coming. So you guys like lawsuits, huh? You got Matt Shea, you got all these different lawsuits. You have no problem. But you will risk this just so you can appease your fellow Democrat voters. That's all these people were here that showed up, Trump haters. Yeah, they said F Will as I walked out. I find that really nice, Betsy. And then your aide tried to tell me to shut up. I'm going to send you some emails tomorrow. We're going to get down to the end of that. I find that disrespectful.
Next, Sunshine. Then Derek Azaro. and then Justin Holler.
Sunshine Wiggin from Spokane. I too was threatened while I was out there, and I ran in here, and I was told I couldn't be in here. I had to leave because I was in the fire lane or whatever, and I said, screw you. They're threatening to hurt us. So anyways, I second what Will was saying. There was no police presence for that. I don't know if you guys planned to have that here or how that all came about or whatever, because it wasn't on the agenda when I signed up. But whole point of why I came here to talk about, I come from a home when I was 12 years old where I was tortured. And I just want people to realize that not every kid that is tortured comes from a house where you see the feces and the urine and all that. My family is millionaires. And I had the nicest bed of beds in my torture chamber. I had toys. I had everything. I had 5 CDs that I could listen to over and over. I was in a gifted program at Sprint at Shaw Middle School. I was 1 book away from having my diploma in 8th grade. I had to run. Somebody gave me an out and said, hey, if you need anything, come to me. A teacher also noticed that I was being tortured. I took that and they put me in a mental ward and I was thrown through the system. My mom said she did not want me. A lot of kids end up in that system and some of us get adopted and some of us don't. I am the product of that, but I just want people to pay attention to children's actions, not their surroundings, because torture chambers are sometimes the most beautiful places you'll ever see. You would never know a child was being tortured in that room for 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunshine. Derek? And then after Derek is Justin Holler.
Derek Azaro, former District 1. It's pretty obvious this was staged tonight. It's a political event, media event. It was done at the last minute. It was not on the agenda at all. This is another attempt to, circumvent the speech of the people. It's wrong, totally wrong. You talk about rights. I'll tell you what, I'm going to speak outside my race. How about the black community? Those children aren't going home to their parents and say, oh, is grandma still here? Is dad still here? Is he deported? No, why? Because they were brought here as slaves against their will. So right now, you put this forward as basically one community. You're speaking for that. But let's look at everybody. My grandmother came here as an immigrant when she was 5 years old because her father was molesting her and her uncle brought her here. She went through Ellis Island, grew up, took the test, did everything, became a citizen, and she was loved by everybody. But I can tell you, what I saw tonight was the most subversive political event I've ever seen since you sanctioned Nadine. I saw 2 council members actually argue for legal counsel during this time to ask about legal counsel on this whole process. And Zappone sat here and argued it just like he did with Nadine. That was the same process. I'm not supporting the next mayor. I'm just saying it's a matter of fact that this council is going in one direction only to your own personal benefits, and 5-2, it's still going on this year as it went on the past year. Let's just look at, we talk about rights and unfair. The rights of the people who wanted to speak tonight were subverted by a member of this council and backed by others by vote. This was one-sided event, not two-sided, not open to the public. It was not on here. I came here tonight, to be honest with you, to revive me asking for sidewalks on the north side of Marietta Avenue so the kids at Yasha Hurd School can walk safely down the street. That's why I came here. You guys discuss me.
Thank you. Justin?
Hi, my name is Justin Haller, District 1. I, too, am disgusted about what goes on. I've been coming here since before any of you were even on this in these offices. Almost 10 years now, and for over 10 years, it's been 5-2 on just about every decision. And it's really despicable to have it be 5-2 on just about everything, and the city just gets worse. And a rational, normal, sane human being would stop, look at things, see how they're doing, and reassess. But you guys are full bore on the Titanic, just full steam ahead, and you're actively trying to ruin the city. You know, and I don't say that lightly. You know, I've seen the dog and pony show. I've been up here many times before. I've seen the platitudes. I've heard them. I've been, I've seen things. It's very frustrating. And I'll quote. Some of you might know this guy. He was activist in the '60s. I'll quote him. Anytime you throw your political, your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promises they made to you during election time, you are dumb enough, and you're dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party. You're not only a chump, but you're a traitor to your race. Put them first, and they will put you last because you're a chump, a political chump. You know who that was? Malcolm X. He knew in the '60s that this political crap was BS. And you know what? I'm sick of it. Open your eyes.
Thank you,
the
Justin.
city isn't
Your
getting
time
any
is up.
better. Do something.
Thank you, Justin. Our last one, if she's out there, Okichiza. Not seeing her.
Let me make sure it's not online. No one online.
That concludes open forum. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? Second. The moved and second to adjourn. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Please remember, there is no council next week, and on our President's Day, we will see you back on February 24th. We are adjourned.
Golly.